Tej will talk more about that, but we'd love to follow up with all of you and find out more about what can we do to make your life better, make it easier, make you more effective, more efficient. So as we spend money developing applications and capability, we actually create value for you. So I'll just mention that and we'll try to follow up, and I'd appreciate your time. You can provide it. So at any rate, I think, our alignment here is we're trying to do something at scale, aligned with the SDGs, and not be a charity, but to help charities. So one other thing, I didn't memorize 24 lead-ins, so I will read some of these and apologize for that in advance, but I could memorize. So I'm going to introduce the speaker very quickly. Extend a warm welcome to Tej Gandavali. He's the founder and CEO of Touch a Life, and this is inaugurating our first official TALTalks. And he'll enlighten us all about the vision, the mission, what we're trying to accomplish, and kind of the history. So, Tej, you're on.
Right now. Tej Gandavali, the visionary behind the Touch a Life Foundation, has dedicated himself to the noble cause of supporting homeless high school students. His commitment has not only given birth to Touch a Life, but also fueled its growth. Tej's expertise in cutting-edge technologies like blockchain has played a pivotal role in the creation of TALGiving, our secure crowdfunding platform. A decade since its inception, Touch a Life has transcended the realm of mere vision. Initiatives like TALGiving, TAL Transformers, TAL Leaders, and TAL Radio are making a profound impact and positively transforming lives. Today, we welcome Tej Gandavali to commence this TALTalks session with his inspiring keynote and warm welcome.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. This is the first time we are here in Denver, speaking to a group of people who, a lot of whom are from, the Denver local area. And so usually we're based out in the Bay and we're familiar with the nonprofits over there, but it's so nice to finally come out to a different part of the country, be able to hear about the work that all of you are doing, how some of our problems, spoke to a bunch of speakers before we came out here, how a lot of the problems that we're facing within our given areas are the same. We're all trying to do the same thing. We're all trying to do a lot better. A little bit about ourselves. So Touch a Life Foundation started a while ago, 2014. We began as a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping homeless high school students. I grew up in the Bay Area. There's a lot of homeless over there. Like you can imagine a place like Silicon Valley, it's growing, tremendously in terms of the amount of wealth it's generating. But at the same time, the actual amount of homeless population is increasing at the same exponential rate. And so what we decided to do was, hey, can we do something about this? And so we started with, hey, can we deliver just backpacks, socks, sweaters? And by doing that, make a difference within our community. Then I went off to college, learned some computer science, and joined an e-commerce firm, right? And e-commerce is very different. E-commerce is about how can you facilitate more transactions? How do you do more in terms of getting the person to buy as quickly as possible, just smooth out that process so that the sale happens at the end of the day? And it occurred to us, why don't we do that in the world of nonprofits, right? How do we make it easier for nonprofits to really be able to sell their ideas to their donors and to the donee, people in need, and make it easier for them to be able to reach out and get help? And so we began working with those McKinney-Vento districts, as they're called. These are the districts that are responsible, or the liaisons that are responsible for helping homeless high school students within their area. And what we did was we launched campaigns for them, social media marketing campaigns, and we launched our own app, the TALGiving app. That's one of the main pillars of the Touch a Life Foundation. You can raise money for a cause. Anyone can raise it, whether you're an individual, a nonprofit, a corporate CSR initiative, and we help facilitate the actual fundraising process. We create the rails for it. an individual can donate using a PayPal account or their own checking account or their own credit card. And from there, we verify using our own volunteers to actually make sure that the cause that they're donating to is actually a legitimate cause, right? We want to make sure that the funds that people are allocating are actually helping out those who really are actually looking to be helped out rather than potentially scammers or people who are fraudulent. But we realized, okay, we can do this in America, but we can also do this globally. So we launched campaigns to help raise money for people in India as well. We raise money for various schools, various organizations that are trying to raise money for helping feed other people, medical operations, and have grown the organization since then to not just a local component, but a global component. I think ever since COVID, the world has gotten a lot more global when it comes to its technology reach. And we figured, let's make the payment rails that we see for the nonprofits that we can help locally. Let's do that for organizations all over the world. And so we started with India. Afterwards, we started to hear a lot more about AI, right? How can AI be used to actually help other people around the world? Because AI has been the topic that's been in vogue lately, right? So we wanted to see how we can actually help people when it comes to healthcare. So we launched TAL Hospitals, which you're going to hear a speaker speak about that very soon. His name is Kishore Gadiraju, and he has been launching an initiative with the state government of Karnataka, where that's an Indian state government, where they will see how they can actually use AI to give pro bono medical work. So one is facilitating pro bono work from doctors, and then the other is using AI to actually help facilitate medical advice for a lot of people who may have difficulty being able to get medical help. So if you imagine rural villages within India where access to hospitals is very difficult, or within areas where there might be stigma around a lot of medical conversations. We're trying to make that that process a lot easier through the process of TAL hospitals. Next, we've also launched TAL Transformers. This is something that we've done along the way, really to help a lot of high schoolers join the social entrepreneurship initiative. There's some high schoolers here today or college students here today who also might want to give back to their community. And it can seem like a very daunting process. And we wanted to make it a process that was very easy to understand. And so with TAL Transformers, we created a pitch fest. Hey, what's your nonprofit idea? How is it going to make money? How are you going to raise funds? How are you going to help your community? What part of the UN SDG goals, which is the various goals that the UN has defined as being able to help our global community, what sort of UN SDG goals does it support, and what kind of impact do you see in the future? And we have actually facilitated that conversation with people far younger than myself now, who all want to be able to help their community and do good for the world. And what we want to see in the future is a lot more nonprofit organizations grow out of this experience. And through that pitch fest, we've seen many different college students, high school students, etc., pitch various brilliant ideas and raise money for their ideas. And we're very proud of what they've done. And along the way, we've also helped them do something a lot more local too, work with their McKinney-Vento organization, the same way that we had done towards the beginning of Touch a Life Foundation. And actually, raise money for socks, backpacks, and sweaters and make that impact locally. Finally, we've also started TAL Leaders. It's a lot of young people want to be able to contribute, but a lot of executives want to be able to contribute as well. There's a lot of people, executives that we know who want to join nonprofit boards, who want to be able to lend their business expertise or their academic expertise towards making nonprofits scale, have a greater impact, and actually make a difference towards what they're trying to do. And we are lucky in the sense that we have had the chance to really build the community through TAL and use that community to help not just with money, but with people's time as well. And that's a huge area that I think TAL is really trying to make the initiative of, let's actually use people's skills to help make nonprofits thrive. And it's not just about giving time, it's not just about giving money, but it's also spreading awareness. So we've launched a TAL radio platform, which is a podcasting service for a lot of nonprofits to be able to spread their message. We've had conversations with people like the founder of Boba Guys or the founder of the president of the Electric Vehicle Association, a nonprofit organization which uses music to really help the global community by enabling healing. And finally, a person's journey through cerebral palsy. All very intimate stories, but at the same time, inspiring stories to really help people think about, what more can I do in the world? Where's my purpose? How can I really make a difference? And through these various pillars, we've had the chance to really expand, what does it mean to really help nonprofits, right? Can you help in time? Can you help with money? Can you help with raising awareness? And all of these pillars are really there to just help us give you the tools to really make a difference and do what you do best. Finally, there's TALTalks, which we're doing today. It's our chance to learn from nonprofit organizations such as yourself. We want to learn what your struggles are, what your initiatives are, and we want to learn how we can help serve you better so that you can make an impact. And we want this to be the opportunity for all of the various organizations who come here today to all learn from each other, to learn from you, because we really think that this is an experience that we can all grow from. So thank you again for all coming here today. We're incredibly excited. Thank you, CU Denver, for hosting us. And thank you, Solid, for their sponsorship. Yes.
Every social movement life story. TALTalks is where changemakers share compelling narratives of compassion, social entrepreneurship, and world-changing impact. They share their transformative ideas, insights, and journeys, including their success and failures, in keynote-style talks. In doing so, they motivate, educate, and inspire others to take action, becoming positive change agents. In a world facing increasingly complex challenges, platforms like TALTalks have emerged as the need of the hour. These platforms serve as vital conduits for change by providing a global stage for individuals and organizations to share their transformative journeys and innovative solutions. TALTalks is more than just a platform. It's a global movement where nonprofits can spotlight their incredible work, foster partnerships, and drive the change they aspire to see in the world. With a diverse and engaged audience eager for transformation, TALTalks is becoming a hub for organizations committed to making the world a better place, one talk at a time.
One talk at a time. Thank you, everyone, for being here again today. Thank you.
So that was great. Hopefully everybody has a good feeling kind of what we're trying to accomplish. And it's not an easy thing to do necessarily, but it's it's really impactful. One other quick comment I'll make, and it has to do with a lot of you in the room and that are going to talk today. There's an awful lot of people that think things aren't going well and sit around and wring their hands and talk about it and whine about it, and then they go home. But most of you in the room, and what Tej has done and trying to do at Touch of Life, is actually do something. And so it's really important. Take action in a small way. And all of you have really done that. And certainly we all commend you. Hopefully we can help. Okay. So our next speaker, I'm going to welcome Prasad Kaipat. So the other thing I should mention is about half the names in here that I will completely murder. And I apologize in advance. I'll do my best, obviously. But welcome Prasad Kaipat. He's an innovation and leadership thought leader, former Apple Incorporated executive. which I didn't know, by the way. So that's pretty cool. A CEO coach, and he kind of really fuses business strategies, brain research, ancient spiritual wisdom to positively impact individuals at a worldwide level. He's an author of bestsellers like From Smart to Wise, co-founder of the Institute of Indic Wisdom, and we're really happy to have you, really a worldwide renowned speaker, and it's made a huge impact. So welcome.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Tej.
Leadership, think things. He's wisdom, making him the wise guy, those who want to make a positive difference. Prasad doesn't just talk about business. He talks about blending your inner strength, understanding yourself better, handling challenging situations gracefully for power. Imagine having the tools to deal with life's challenges while staying true to your values. He teaches us how to lead purposefully and make the world a better place. The Institute of Indic Wisdom, co-founded by Prasad is on a mission to preserve, promote, and impart the timeless wisdom and values of ancient times, enabling individuals and organizations to navigate modern challenges with greater awareness, resilience, and wisdom. TALTalks cordially invites Prasad to share his wisdom.
Thank you very much. Let's start with. So my talk today is about how do you inspire change from within. To bring change outside, we need to be able to come from a place where we are able to know what's going on inside and how do we change ourselves and how do we influence other people. The Institute of Indic Wisdom is focused on inner transformation to guide outer transformation. Many times we talk about behavioral, brain-based, some of the changes, but if we were all to be able to change based on what we read, what we listen, what we talk to, then the weight loss or many of these kinds of industries would not be multi-billion dollars. We all know what to do, but how to go about changing that requires something much deeper. So before I get into how to inspire social change with inner presence, let me start with a few questions. How many of you know when I say what is inner presence? Just raise it. A little bit. All right. Are you in touch with your inner presence? Any of you feel like you are in touch with what's going on inside? Some of you? A little bit. Okay. How about how many of you pay attention to when we are in communication, when we are teaching, when we are coaching, when we are in class, when we are talking to other people in the nonprofit? How many of you are in touch with our inner presence? A little bit. Okay, so that means we need to first start with a definition of what it is. Inner presence is unique manifestation of ourselves at some level. So whether I like it or not, just like the video said, because I'm working on a wisdom, I must be a wise guy, right? Like that, Prasad keeps on prasading. Wherever I go, whatever I do, I will keep on doing in my own way, with my own unique humor, with my own unique accent. I'll keep saying and doing what I'm doing. The key part is to recognize, am I trying to imitate somebody else because they are great role model for me? Or when I look at that role model, they inspire me to be more of who I am. When I operate more of my own authentic self, then chances are whatever I do will inspire other people. So to inspire social change, first we need to know, who am I being? Where am I coming from? When we come from who we are, then we do not have to put on a show. We do not have to really prepare and say, when I'm meeting this person, this donor, or this participant, I have to put on a dog and pony show. I just can be myself because my emotions, my thoughts, my feelings, my energy, everything comes from being centered in myself and operating out of my biggest strength. So in first and foremost, if we want to bring change in the world, we need to recognize change begins with me. When I am doing something, people watch that. And when I say something that is consistent with what I'm doing, chances are they will follow it. In India, sometimes they call what we say from the head and the heart and the hands, if they are aligned, then people listen to you. If what you say is very different from what you do, chances are they will do what you do, not what you say. So the leadership opportunity is lost. So the first and foremost, to bring about social change, if we want to inspire change in other people, we need to recognize most of the time we don't know where we are coming from. When we come to this talk, when we are presenting something, when we are meeting donors, when we are meeting our customers, we pay attention to other people without recognizing what is challenging for me. Who listens to me? Who nurtures me? What am I learning? What is common in all of it? Me, 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 me. I am here to talk about you, but what gets in the talk about, or making change or inspiring other people, I am in my own way. My behavior, my words, my actions, my emotions are the one that prevent me from having the maximum impact on other people. So in some respects, you might say the state of mind in which I operate from, I speak from, will actually affect the impact I'm having on the world. So the inspiration is not like a motivation. I cannot jack you up and glaze you over. That's an old-fashioned way of thinking, that somehow I can bring something in you which is not innate to me, which I'm not in touch with. It's like a magnetic field, inspiration. So when there is a magnet, either you are attracted to it or you are not attracted to it. So the key part what we need to look at is, before I talk to somebody, before I do what I do in a nonprofit, first and foremost is, am I coming from a chaotic place? Am I coming from a confused place? Am I coming from an anxious place? If I can actually begin to pay attention to the chaos within me and quiet myself down, then I can meet you where you are instead of having to find excuses and coming from various things that are going on. That is where the inner presence becomes extremely meaningful. When we operate from inner presence, we can create what is called an enlivening field. Like something which you might want to think about as a nonprofit leader is, when somebody comes to meet you, are they coming with more energy? After you are done talking to them, do they have more energy? Chances are, each time they come and talk to you, or I give a talk, you have less energy than you have come up with. You are probably one of those vampire kind, not necessarily the inspiring kind. You might want to look at, am I enlivening people? Second one is, am I coherent? So to a certain extent, when I'm inspiring change in you, I am being changed by you as much as you are being changed by me. There is a coherence. There is a certain times they use the word resonance in physics. So like for example, a musical instrument, a guitar, if I tune it to a particular frequency, if there is another guitar that is also tuned to the same frequency, as I am tuning this, other one will also resonate. That is inspiration. So to a certain extent, when you are actually talking to your customer or a donor or somebody else, you might want to look at it and say, what frequency am I actually coming from? Where am I tuned? If I'm not tuned to you, then my emotions, they become like in brain research, they talk about mirror neurons. So where I'm coming from, other people will also resonate with that. That is why, by the way, some of the words that I have used, dharma and dhyana, because I am researching on ancient wisdom and bringing it into management. This is what is called field of dharma. What is the ethical field in which I am operating from? What is the meditative state am I coming from? Those are the words that I'm meaning there. Then comes ultimately, how do you know what is the metric? What is one metric you can say you have been able to bring change in other people? At some level, they are in a place of happiness. You are in a place of happiness because this meeting happened. At the end of it, they feel enriched by you. They feel connected to you. They feel they have more ideas, more energy than when before they come to meet you. When energy, enthusiasm, and innovation comes out of other people and also out of you, then you have done what is called a co-creation. I listen to you, you listen to me, and together we are going away with more ideas. So to a certain extent, all of the words I have used, if you notice, are connected with emotions. So to a certain extent, if you want to know more about your inner presence, pay attention to your emotions and where are they, how are other people reacting, because that will tell the state of mind. There is a wonderful image I picked up from a gentleman called Kevin Zachary. He talks about what's happening in the brain, amygdala, and what it is. But the key part, what the image says is, emotional stimulus leads to emotional response. There is something called amygdala, anxiety. There is a lot of stuff that happens. But even though many of the neuroscientists believe that emotions and feelings arise at a brain, what I found is emotions can be defined as energy in motion, E-motion. Essentially, it is our energy that actually results in what you might call generating from your body, generating with your breath. But when they are recognized, that's what is called cognized by the brain. When the brain recognizes emotion, emotion becomes a feeling. So to a certain extent, our emotions are coming from our body and our breath. So for example, in India, they talk about 9 emotions. If you have watched any of the Indian dances or any of them, the eyes, in internet, there is a wonderful small video that is going around. That person's dance is only through his eyes. His entire expression is through the eyes. He has a mask and you can't see anything other than the eyes, but you can actually feel a lot. The idea of, by the way, the word they use for emotions in India is called rasa. Rasa means a flow of energy. So the neurotransmitters, when we talk about serotonin, dopamine, norepinephrine, adrenaline, all of these are connected with certain emotions. Any of you have seen the movie Inside Out, that Pixar movie? That's a very nice one, right? That's all about emotions. But what is interesting is in the West, we only talk about 5 emotions. So the 4 emotions which are in yellow, the courage is not considered to be an emotion in the West. Wonderment is an emotion. Love is an emotion. And equanimity or state of mind, the peaceful state of mind, are not necessarily considered to be the emotions in the West. But in the ancient wisdom, whether you take Indic wisdom, whether you take Aborigine wisdom, if you look at some of these are a lot more that can be expressed. Now, I just want you to leave you with a couple of things. For a moment, if you pay attention to your body, can you indicate where your emotions, experiences, and tensions are experienced in you? Can you tell me, like, when you feel upset, where do you feel? Anybody know? Where do you, I'm not talking about generic, I'm not talking about what books say, but where do you feel certain emotions like fear? Where do you feel your fear? Here, okay. Where do you feel the love? Interesting, isn't it? You feel the fear in the same place. You feel the love in the same place. How do you know the difference? So there is a subtlety in there. Similarly, some people feel wonderment in a completely different place. So you might also want to notice when you are afraid, are you breathing like, wonderful? Or when you are breathing in, you hold your breath. When you are in love, when you feel like you are with somebody, it becomes effortless. When you are tense, breath becomes like a staccato, like small, quick, these ones. So paying attention to your body, paying attention to your breath, you can actually, before you inspire, when you are in a client meeting, when you are with a donor meeting, you can actually begin to sense the state of mind where you are in. Key point which I'm saying is, if you want to inspire people, keep paying attention to what mind space am I coming from. Then one quick trick I have for what you can take away when you inspire this. You can actually practice it throughout the day through other talks as well. There are two things which we need to pay attention. One is expression. What are we expressing through our emotions, our facial expressions, through our words, through our gestures, body language. Second is, how is it being received? I'm talking to you in front of everybody, and as based on your facial expressions, your gestures, your nods, or what you are saying, what you are doing is giving me a feedback. So to a certain extent, there is no talk that will be inspiring unless I take into account the listener, and actually there is a resonance or a dynamic between you and me. If I try to keep giving talk after talk without paying attention to any of you, instead of inspiring, it only generates perspiration for me and probably desperation for you. So the key part is you need to know where you are. Most important, especially in a non-profit space, is we need somebody to nurture us. And most importantly, when somebody come to you, whether you talk to a donor, whether you talk to a customer, or you talk to person whom you are serving and helping, figure out how can I nurture them? How can I hold them in a safe space? How can I hold them in a kind space? How can I hold them in a supportive space? If you can pay attention to that consciously, not unconsciously, if you can do that, then chances are, first, you will calm them down. You will get them to a powerful state of mind. Second, you might also want to look at it and say, who are challenging? And what am I challenging others? This is the place for growth. Most importantly, if I challenge you before I nurture you, you won't even listen to me. I look at it and say, wait a minute, whatever you are saying, first you didn't even listen to me and you are challenging me. It is not very effective. You might want to look at it and say, the challenge is about actually creating a negative emotion, saying that you are inadequate, you are not meeting my expectations. That's what you are telling. Is that what will inspire people? You might want to think about it. The third one is, what are you searching for? You are in non-profit because you want to make a difference. The purpose, meaning, passion that you have, like Tej mentioned earlier about the old people, or about SDG goals, or about children or about education, when you are trying to talk to them, why is that you want to do? Why is that this particular segment you want to serve in your nonprofit? You might want to think about what connects you at your heart level so that you can make a difference to that particular group of people. Like when you say you want to work with education, why? You need to know a lot more. Out of all this, if you can help people to learn, how do you help other people to learn? Show your learning. What are you learning? What am I learning from you? What am I getting from you? If I can learn from you, chances are you will not only learn from me, sometimes you might even be inspired by me. So the key part is, just because you are a founder, you are a teacher, you are a coach, you are the CEO, doesn't necessarily mean you cannot learn from children or old people or your clients. The key important part is my learning inspires your learning. So if I'm in a state of mind where I'm learning from you, chances are not only you will learn from me, both of us will go inspired. Inspiration is like a grenade. Wherever the inspiration explodes, everybody around it explodes. It is not like I am inspiring you. Inspiration is a field in which we'll both operate. So you might want to think about when you do whatever you do in your nonprofit, or you teach, you coach, you learn, you heal, where am I being nurtured and where am I nurturing? How do I feel my inner presence in that nurturing space? And finally, how do other people feel who I truly am, and how is my inner presence affecting them? Because my words, my concepts, my models don't mean very much. Most of the times what people get is, where am I coming from? Am I in a caring place? Do I care about you? Do I listen to you? If you can just affect that and pay attention to that, then this inner state of mind will create a coherence. Not just a coherence in them, it becomes a co-creative process. You will both learn from each other. So this is small segment. In Bay Area, we are doing a big program in November. But the key part I want to leave you with is inspiration is an inside-out act. More when you do something, not as a chore, not as this is the way you have to do it, but if you can come from a place, I am inspired, will you join me? Are you inspired to do the same thing? Then you will notice even the person whom you went to help, a person who does not have any money at all, and you went there to give some money to support them, actually the first thing that the old person might do is, oh, you came to my house, I really appreciate. By the way, here is the banana I have, that's all I have. I was about to eat breakfast. Would you like to share it with me? When you got that, I think you can. When you feel that, you are inspired. When you do that, you have actually started to change. And that change began with two of you. And when change begins with two of you, it will spread all around, because you are the heart, you are the spirit that will make it shine. So go out and make the world shine, and may the social change begin with you. Thank you very much.
Every time I listen to you, I get certainly get inspired. It's very thoughtful, sure, very amazing. Um, we ought to do something besides where you can just talk for like 24 hours. How about that? What do you think? And a lot of there might be some generative activity as well. That was very inspiring. Thank you very much. Okay, well, our next speaker is also a world-renowned speaker. Chris as well. So Chris Salem is, I got about 26 years of overall experience, some of that directly in business, but much of it in what he's doing for the last 23 years or so. And that's really trying to influence people. It's a successful CEO. So we're really want it's radio where we host these host and he found some time to host it. This amazing guy. Really enjoyed it. And
Very well, welcome everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. University of Colorado, what a wonderful place. So I wanted to, hear from everybody here. When we look at social entrepreneurship, that's the intersection of business innovation meets social impact that plays a pivotal role in doing these things that you see. What I'm going to discuss with you, whether no matter where you are, whether if you're a student, whether if you have been in business for 5 years, 10 years, maybe for 30 years, whether if it's a nonprofit or a traditional business, we can all play an important role in making this social impact a reality. So how are we going to go about doing that? See, the thing is, when you look about social impact, you look at things that have to change to make the world better, to make business better, make living in our communities better. It starts with you. Would it be safe to say that a lot of times when we're looking for change, we're always looking for the change outside of it? When somebody else steps up to do something, when a certain situation happens, is when I'll get involved. A lot of times you see people reflect that through gossip, complaining, pointing the finger at somebody else. What I'm going to share with you today is we have to begin, even at a young age. You being in college, you're the future leaders of our world. It has to start with not changing what we do to have different results. It starts with we have to think different. We then have to be it. Then we have to be. Because if you don't build your foundation, what you're trying to create change, the impact you're looking to put out to the world, won't have any legs to stand on. So how do you build your foundation? Well, it's going to start with how you think. So how do you think? When you think when you're thinking, is that serving you? What is the voice that you're listening to each and every day when you wake up? Is it from your inner critic or your inner champion or a combination of both? Perhaps it's a combination of both. But which one are you listening to? Because if you're listening to your inner critic, that's the voice that now is reflecting from a place that you're thinking in the past and the future from fear. Fear is just a trigger. Situation, perhaps a confrontation with a person, whatever that may be, will trigger fear that will create stress, anxiety, a level of frustration, feeling overwhelmed. And are we going to be in a frame of mind to be an impact when it comes to social change and looking to obtain sustainable development? We are only managing the problem. But instead of looking at these as obstacles, we can begin to look at them as opportunities. It's all in how we perceive and how we think, look at it. So it's a matter of learning to shift our mindset away from fear to being in the moment. Now, is that an easy thing to do? Not necessarily. It takes some practice. I know 25 years ago, I spent for the first 30 years of my life living it from a place of fear. All of my decisions were made from fear. My confidence level was a direct reflection of fear. My self-esteem, how I communicated to myself and other people, my behavior, my attitude, my emotions, and how I reacted to situations rather than respond. Big difference. I'll talk about that shortly. And then my level of acting. Yeah, I thought I was being proactive. That was being reactive. We have to change the way we think if we're going to create more social impact, starting with you. We're not waiting for somebody else to do that. You can only control yourself. You can't control other situations or people. And if you try to do it, believe me, I tried. And I gave a valid effort to do so. It didn't work, only to beat myself up over and over again. So I'm going to talk to you about how do you build your foundation. It's learning to shift our thinking away from the past and future. And oftentimes we experience that with what we call expectations. What happens with expectations? Anybody? What happens with expectations for yourself and other people in situations? You get disappointed. So oftentimes, why are expectations that go unfulfilled and you get disappointed? If you're focusing most of your energy, what to do. I can't control the weather. I can't control the traffic. I can't control the economy. I can't control what's going on in my industry. But what I can control are certain things. So it's learning to shift our way of thinking away from expectations tied to the outcome, these outcomes, and shifting our thinking into the moment, to the process. What is the process? Process is what we call it. Focus. It's a shift in thinking and how we go about doing it. So let me share with you a little bit about what are the things that we do. I want to hear from somebody. What would be one thing, looking for 5 things that you can control each and every day as leaders, whatever role, duties that you have, whether you're leading a company, running a business, nonprofit, you're a spouse, you're a sibling, you're a neighbor, you're a member of your community, doesn't matter. What is one thing that you control? Your response. Response is part of an emotion. We are responding from an emotion rather than reacting. Talk about this. That's great. So I'm going to talk about 5 things that we control every day. Now, you notice I don't have slides. I don't like to use slides when I'm doing something for 15 minutes. I like to be interactive with all. It's like at least leave you something you can walk away from. One thing. And what that thing is, there are 5 things I'm going to share with you that you can control each and every day that help you shift your thinking into the moment rather than the past and future. See these not as challenges and obstacles and problems, but as opportunities. Because you can only grow and expand through challenges, obstacles. They're there for a reason. They're there to serve you, not work against you. But if you allow your stinking thinking to see it the other way around, that's exactly what it's going to be. And you're going to play a role along with other people doing the same. That's going to magnify it to make it bigger than it actually is. What are the 5 things we can control? Number 1, our communication. Would it be safe to say how you're communicating to another person? If you're not communicating in a healthy, effective way to yourself, you think that will impact how you communicate with them? Correct. There are 2 styles of communication: passive, aggressive, or both. And oftentimes when you're a passive communicator, you have a tendency to go out of your way to please and enable. You say yes to everything. Are you really serving people when you go out of your way to please and enable them? You're just allowing them to stay stuck in what they're doing. They become dependent on you. And then their expectations will get bigger and bigger and bigger that you will never be able to measure with them. And you will be the fall guy every time. Only to exhaust yourself physically, mentally, and emotionally. Aggressive. They tend to be perfectionists. They have a hard time delegating. They have a hard time, talking to someone. They talk down to somebody. We've all experienced that. I know that for a fact because I'm a recovering passive aggressive. I grew up in a dysfunctional family. That's all I knew. I had to reprogram my way of thinking. It took me 3 years to clean the hard drive up here and took me to replace it with a new way of thinking. It changed me dramatically. I'm going to share a little bit about what we do in our nonprofit and how we help people do that. Now, with that being said, passive or aggressive or both, you can learn to be assertive. Assertive is an interdependent style of communication, not codependent. The ability to be specific, clear, and concise with our communication to ourselves and other people. leaving no room or very little room for assumption and speculation. Would it be safe to say that most communication in the world, which leads to a lot of the problems we experience in our homes, our relationships, our schools, our communities, and our businesses, is because communication is based on assumption? As it take just 20 seconds, whether if you're the sender or receiver, you're always responsible. Be nice to the other person. With that being said, you think that 20 seconds if you ask a few questions to get more clarification, that could save potential problem. Yet the reality is most people will do. This is not now the time for that. So here, even the people that are not young, I'm 56, I'm not young. We could all learn with this change, this challenges now within that. We can control it. Number two is our behavior. Is our behavior in alignment with our communication? Many times people say things, but the behavior contradicts it. Is it assertive like your communication? When you have that harmony, that wouldn't be perfect, no such thing as balance, but you're going to have that harmony. Your body, your tone goes a long way compared to what comes out of your mouth. Long way. You can pick up on that energy. That's where you can move how you respond to situations, other people, not react. Number three is our attitude. It's happening for you, not to you. What does that mean? If it's happening for you, is that a good thing? So if I'm having a challenge or an obstacle or problem with any of these SDGs, is that something happening? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Good thing? Let's raise your hand if you think it's good. Okay, I got a gentleman right there. There we go. Two. Yes, it's a good thing. Challenges are necessary to grow and expand. If everything could go right and nothing could go wrong, we would become complacent, bored. And as human beings, what do? We create problems. What do? We create problems. They're necessary to achieve great things and to make long-lasting effects on other generations to come. Every great leader understands that. Start with the thinking. So it's happening for us, not to us. When it happens to us, we are the victim. We use excuses. We point the finger. Number four, she said, respond versus react. That's our emotion. Now, it's okay if something happens and you feel a negative emotion towards something. So that's okay. That's just the body and telling you that something has to be addressed. It's unsettling, but you don't have to react. We are in control of our emotions that we can learn to respond. I can take a breath and respond from a secondary emotion. Deal with the way I really feel on my mind. I might have to remove myself for 10 minutes and then come back and respond. Maybe I have to go sleep on it before I send that email. Because God forbid, if I reacted and sent that email, I might have said something I regretted that I would love to have taken back. Once it's been sent, you have to deal with it. We can control that. Number five is our action. We can control our actions. You can't control what other people are going to do, but you can control what you do. And why would you be doing what you do each and every day? How could that have an impact? How could that have an impact? Yeah. You're being the example. You're being a resource of others. It's like a child learns when they grow up to observe what they say, what they do, their behavior, their attitude, their emotions, and how they respond. Or in this case, a lot of times they react versus respond. As children, pick up on that. That then forges itself later on when they become adults that play out in limiting beliefs, things that are going to be working against them, things that are going to be working for them. I know growing up, I learned a lot of dysfunction, but I learned. Grew up in a house with a lot of streaming. I also grew up at a place where I had somebody who went out of the way to feed and enable me. I didn't know that. Nobody's wrong. It's not my parents were great. I think it's repeating what they learned from their parents, passing it on generation to generation. We have the ability to do those things. This is what's going to create change. Have people begin to see that's opportunity. and that it's a process, not the destination. It's all you can control is what you're doing in the process. You control what you do in it. But when you can be now a better example for yourself of things to do, imagine what could happen in corporations. Instead of somebody saying, well, if the middle management has to make these changes, what about the upper management? Oh, we don't. You think that's going to everybody start to do. A nonprofit, same thing, no different. There are many things in a nonprofit that you can't control, but you can control what you do. When you show up to be that example on a daily basis, each and every day, you're going to rub off on people in a positive way. Does that mean everyone's going to get it? You're not going to bat 1,000, but you will increase your batting average, so to speak. If I use that as an analogy, baseball game. You are going to impact other people through the same 5 things. Your attitude, your emotions. I know my time is up, but I'm going to share just something for 1 minute. I am the CEO of Empowered Fathers in Action. They're a 501c3 organization dedicated to helping, primarily at the time, helping fathers to step up in the role, seen not just as financial providers for their family, but playing an instrumental role helping them with the healthier development of their children, be a better example, be a resource to them. We're also doing this for families. We believe that this societal change starts in the home. It starts with you, the person, the parent, do it for yourself, that you can be a better example for your children. Now, for self-confident adults that will now become our future leaders in our homes, our communities, and our business. I hope this information that I shared was helpful. And if you'd like any more information about Empowered Fathers in Action, visit us at efamovement.org. Thank you for the opportunity to serve. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, Chris, very much. I may want to talk to you about a program for empowering grandparents, since that's what I'm doing. Taking care of a 20-month-old. There's a lot of me. Oh, by the way. At any rate, thank you very much. So our next speaker is Tim Helmer, and Tim, we're going to play the AV before you start. He's a board member of New Horizons House. It's a unique organization that is fighting against human trafficking. Compelling topic. It's much more pervasive than any of us may think. Tim's always been empathetic towards the underserved, needy, part of supporting activities. And he served as a teacher and mentor for 32 years. I suspect he's still saying teacher for 32 years in the Boulder Valley School District, which is close to the local, but not. He's also an award-winning author, many publications to his name. Tim is not going to be sharing his thoughts, thoughtful information for the Horizons House. We'll do the AV first, then head you up.
I'm not a world-renowned speaker. And so my presentation today is going to be a little repurposing the cards, because what I'm going to talk about, I think it's really important that I talk about it in the right way. First of all, though, I just want to explain that. So my name is Tim, and I serve on the board for New Horizons House International, not the president. I'll talk about it. I'm a retired public school teacher. So when I look out, I'm used to dealing with seventh graders. So you're an easy audience. And I live just up the road in Wilson. I'm primarily here, though, in some ways, as a husband. Wife and I have been married for 39 years. And I think often about what her life would be like if she lived in a different. I have two daughters who are both teachers. I often think a lot about what their lives if they lived in a different. Also, a teacher, and I've worked with. I'm going to need this. I'm going to need. Think a lot about what the girls that I've taught, the teachers that I've worked with and mentored, what their lives would be like in a different way. So anyway, New Horizons House International is a Colorado-based nonprofit that's built a holistic aftercare facility in southern India for 65 girls and young women ages 12 to 21 who've been rescued from sex trafficking by the Indian police and brought to us through the Child Welfare Committee, or the CWC. And I'm going to be really honest with you today. There is no way that I can fully explain the complexity of what New Horizons House is doing to combat trafficking in 15 minutes. But I'm going to do my best to provide an overview of our organization, mission, as well as bring the stories and the experiences of the girls into this presentation. They are the heart of the work that I do, part of the work that all of us do. I'm also going to tell a story, and I'm going to read some poetry, because I'm also a writer. And I am going to show it to you slide. India is at the epicenter of human trafficking. Ways. 20% of the traffic are under the age of 16. And most of these underage victims come from lower caste families. Many are trafficked by their own families and family members due to poverty. The girls often come to us without education or vocational skills, and even when rescued, many of them will return to the sex trade in order to survive. So one thing I want you to remember is that poverty and lack of education will often drive the trafficking. That's something we're trying to address. New Horizons House was founded by John Spencer in 2012. John lives near Denver in Sedalia, and he's been one of my closest friends for the last 46 years. We actually met in Estes Park. You see, I believe lives there. John started New Horizons after traveling to India, learning more about trafficking in the process, and then actually participating in a sting operation where a 12-year-old girl was rescued after being sold by a family member to an undercover police officer. So we established our residential facility in the southern state of Andhra Pradesh in India. There's a picture of our facility, and it's currently providing comprehensive rehabilitative services to 65 girls ages 12 to 21. And later you can ask me a question about why it's only 65 girls, not 5. There we provide trauma counseling, medical care, college education or vocational training they can choose, food and clothing, and maybe most importantly, a safe and secure place to live. And that's something we really kind of pride ourselves in. So I'm going to pause for a minute. Maybe you didn't come here expecting to hear poetry, but I'm going to read one to you. In 2018, John, our founder, and I visited India to attend a dedication ceremony at Horizons House. We were dedicating the facility. We had a large event. Community members were there, government officials, lots of people. And while we were there, we got a chance to tour this beautiful facility, which is located in a mangrove grove in a very isolated setting. It's a good thing for the girl. And I wrote a poem while I was visiting, touring the facility, and seeing what a beautiful construction this was, beautiful set. And the poem's called A New Horizon. And I read it at the dedication ceremony. It was translated by somebody. And the poem was written as a welcome poem to the girls that I knew would be arriving soon to stay it up. New Horizon. Even now you travel to us, our daughters, our sisters, some hidden, some voiceless, some homeless. You are warriors, your souls unbroken, your spirits resilient and fierce as you trek through jungle and field and open highway, pulled along by the slender possibility of shelter. Even now you travel to us, through shadow country, your hopes laced with dreams of mango orchards, the shaded road protected by sturdy fencing and impenetrable brick, of a home where scarlet butterflies flicker across pure white tile, where bedrooms are sealed behind doors of burnished teak. No hand or hammer or hatred shall break this seal, these vows we make to you, our lost daughters, our lost sisters, so far from safety. Even now you travel to us over rough paths which intersect, the way streams bleed into one river flowing south to Podu. Even now you travel to us and hold one another close, providing breath when needed, clinging hand to hand when necessary, and thrusting your heads high above the drowning, above the roar. And when you finally arrive, we shall be waiting with gifts of fresh mango and garlands of rose and lily, chrysanthemums. We shall say, please step inside this sanctuary of forgiveness, which is now yours. And know this to be true. You have found your way by following the beacon of your hearts at last to home. Yeah. So along with the safe house, which I showed you the picture of, which is located in a very remote village called Podu, we also have a transition home for the young women when they turn 18. They're required by the government to leave the safe house facility. And this transition home is located in a much bigger town called Bhumivan, which is about 45 minutes away from Podu, where the safe house is. Many of these girls, when they turn 18 and they have to leave their safe house, they can't return to their families, who often have trafficked. They can't return to their villages, many times because of shame, etc. So we've created a safe house, a transition home, where they can continue their transition, independence, and independent living. So I'm going to start showing you some pictures now. You can kind of visualize some of the girls that live at the safe house. So the slides that I'm going to show you will show them living at the transition home. These girls are all 18, excuse me, we're all 18 or older, and they're either receiving vocational training, where they get courses in like tailoring, cooking, sewing, etc., or they're attending classes at the nearby Browning Junior College. And there they can take courses in nursing, information technology, small business ownership, etc. And again, the transition home, just so we're clear, it's in a different city than the safe. Separate. And we like the fact that at the transition home, the girls are in that larger city. It helps them begin to see what they're going to need to do to be able to live independently with minimum support. So these are, I'm going to go back. So we created a marketing training center for the girls where, and these are the transition house girls where they can sell handmade goods they've created. They can sell food that they've created and cooked. And they've got the stall where people will come by and they can sell things and work on their marketing skills. These are some of the girls at their stall. You can see the purses and things lined up in front. And these were taken last November when John and I were both there visiting. And the girls were very excited about selling and working their business skills here. These are for the girls in the transition home in one of the study halls. We provide house mothers for them. We provide tutors and also security. So even in the transition home, it's a very secure place for them. These are actually some of the girls at the safe house. And in between classes, they'll go out into the courtyard, which is in the outside and under the mango trees, play games, just kind of have fun together. You can't see it at the bottom, but this is one of the science labs at Browning Junior College. This is a nursing class, and they're doing an experiment. This is some of the vocational training courses. This is where they learn to sew. You look on the back wall of that far right picture, you can see some of the items that they've made. They're making quilts, they're making dresses. The work they're doing is just embroidery. It's blown away. I don't know if you can see that picture because the light's too bright. This was a picture of one of our yearly celebrations, usually during holidays. They're holding up candles, etc. And I'm just going to keep that image up there because I've got a few more things to share with you before I close about our organization. And I'd just like to maybe visualize girls at the home. And just a little more information. We're in the middle of a capital campaign right now to raise money to buy land and build a larger transition home for these girls. We're going to need to raise about $330,000 by June of 2024. You're welcome to visit our website at www.newhorizonshouse.org to learn more about how to donate. We also have a fundraiser April 11th this spring in Denver. If you're interested, we'd love for you to attend. And if you go to our website, we spend a lot of time. You can read stories about the girls and young women in New Horizons House. You can watch videos that we've created about our mission and facility. You can meet our board members, and you can educate yourself about the traffic. We really try to make sure that our website is very versatile. I have two more things I'd like to share with you. You can tell I'm a teacher. This is a story about a young woman named Sujata. And I think it's important that I share this with you about an individual story of transformation. That's not her real name, it's a pseudonym. I met her when I visited New Horizons in India last November with my friend John. And our director at New Horizons House, an amazing woman named Esther Medina, shared a lot of personal information about Sujata with me because we were talking as teachers. Esther's a teacher, I'm a teacher, and how much patience and love and parent support the girls need because of what they've been, what we're hoping they can go to. And I'm sharing her story with you so you might better understand the complex, harrowing journey of travel. Sujata's mother died from jaundice when she was a child. She had an older brother and sister, but both were married, had their own families. When Sujata was 7, there was a family dispute, and her father was murdered. She loved her father deeply and denied his past for many months. After his death, she was sent to live in a hostel, but later ran away and returned to the village. She sometimes lived with her brother or her sister or even her aunt. She would work in the fields and then give that money to her family. Despite her small contribution, her relatives would often brutally beat her for making mistakes in the house. Sujata loved one of her uncles who lived nearby, thought she could trust him, but he sexually abused her. For a short period, she worked at a wine shop where she met a boy named Bougie, who spoke sweet words to her. He would take her into the lonely fields, and unfortunately, he would also abuse her. After a few months, Bougie stopped speaking to her and cut off all relations. Sujata's family found out about the abuse, filed a case against him at the police station. Bougie was later kept in a prison, and Sujata was sent to New Horizons House by the Child Welfare Committee in January of 2021. When she first arrived at New Horizons, her condition was both emotionally and physically damaged. She would sit alone and cry for hours. She had not bathed in weeks, and her hair had gone uncombed for many months. Her clothing was torn and tattered, yet she refused to wear the new dresses provided by the staff. She didn't know how to read or write and was unwilling to sit in the primary classes with the younger girls. During her first 2 months, Sujata attempted to run away numerous times and would use abusive language towards the staff and the other girls when they would try to support her. She would spend most of her time in silence in front of the television, and some of the girls thought she was insane. For the next 8 months, Sujata refused to visit the hospital for her checkups and was unwilling to submit to routine blood tests. She was terrified when any males were around, even the security. Gradually, the love and patient care of the staff brought change. Sujatha learned basic hygiene, started combing her hair, and began wearing the new clothes provided by the safe house. After a year, she finally agreed to have a blood test and to receive her necessary vaccinations. She stopped cursing at the staff and learned to respect those within her community. She also began cooperating with the nurse, started taking her medications. She learned to read and write, and also saw the benefits of working with the trauma counselors provided by the New Crisis. In 2022, Sujatha turned 18, and the Child Welfare Committee wanted her to leave the safe house due to her age. The staff contacted Sujatha's remaining relatives, informed them of the CWC decision, but no one came to accept her. She didn't have any place. Esther, our director, subsequently offered her a place at the New Horizons transition home. She was overjoyed and thankful for this opportunity. And once there, Sujatha started to learn tailoring, sari works, where she designed women's garments, and even began cleaning the transition home to Simply Gone. New Horizons House then offered Sujatha a part-time job as a janitor while she continued her education. And even though she's understandably haunted and still traumatized by events from her past, she is healing, has a home and family at New Horizons House, where she is loved and appreciated for her resilience and for her courage. And every time a girl comes to the home that she's interviewed, a report is kind of written up about her past. And I wanted to share that story because it isn't just about what happened during the past, it's what's happening. I believe that our home is providing the support that she needs. I'm going to close with one last poem. This poem can be found on our website at www.newhorizons.org. And I wrote it after meeting with many of the girls and young women during our last visit in November. It's an attempt to understand their individual journeys to our home, to help others understand the courage and risk they take, how this can bond us. This is called The Source, and it's dedicated to the sisters of New Horizons. There is a river within each of them, as timeless as mountain and ocean, and pure as early snow, season of fire. The only clear guide to locate the source of this river are the ancient stories passed on by other sisters who have traveled the path, found their way home. Begin by looking inward, past skin and muscle and flesh, past ghosts that offer nothing but venom, curses, shadow. Walk on with your sister, and remember, when you first stepped into sunlight, smile, bright heart. When you first touch water, ripple across your fingertips. When you first smelled rain, and then waited for it. When you first tasted mango, you closed your eyes to savor the enduring sweetness. When you first embraced another, felt that warmth return. When you first silently prayed answers to the mystery of tears. Now, clasp your sister's hand, hold close, as you follow the path of those who came before you and resisted the fate of a windowless cell. Those who fought against the forced entry, the savage intrusion, then refused to obey the rules of the night. Look for your sister's footprints in the soil, thread of cloth lingering branch, the faint scent of incense and sweat, followed by the distant glow of a lamp beyond the acacia branches. Then trace the curve of trail and road to the source of that river, the heart, where you love, forgive, and find shelter. No matter the storm, no matter the crossing, no matter the divide. Stay close to that river within each of you and climb to the source where your sisters await. So
Thank you very much. Yeah, poetry guy. Um, a really amazing. And obviously it's much, much bigger problem. So it's amazing. Okay, so next we're going to welcome Susama Samuel Burnett, founder of GLOBAL. Periods after all of it, so I assume it is, yeah. Global Justice. Susama has over 3 decades of experience as a human rights advocate, policy professional. She's directed many advocacy and policy organizations, served as a fellow at the United Nations, her global justice is found in vision to inform, impact, and inspire generations to learn, lead, and justice together. So we'll play the AV and have Susama to hear more from her and gain.
Thank you so much to play the team here here. I am a justice advocate, and for as long as I can remember, in but I want you to know what I do and I think doesn't just evolve. It has been part of a trajectory that is generation. So my story really starts with the story of my father. I have an interesting place in the state. I'm from a wonderful part of the country called India is a subcontinent, largest democracy. It's a place and that is the place that I was. I was born in a small village in the southern North, and that place and the faith and the generation is what brings me. My pursuit of justice began with my father. My father is pictured here. I am 54 years old. When my father was pastor, but he left a tremendous impact. He was a man of great vision. When he was growing up in the 1940s, he had a dream of coming to America, a place that he thought was the most remarkable place in the world. But in the 1940s, in a small village in India, people thought that was impossible to go to America. That would be like going. But in 1969, the year I was born, America put a man on the moon. And my father was inspired, and 2 years later, he went to America. His moon. And that became the start of me, the small child, understanding that the impossible is possible. If you dream it, if you believe it, and you put it into work. It really comes from my commitment that I saw from the women in my life, my grandmother and my mother in particular. My grandmother, both of them have remarkable stories, but the one that you see on the screen is my namesake. She was married at age 11. She had her first children at age 12 and 13. She went on to have 7 children. She never had an education. She never had anything except a commitment and a dedication to her children and their children and their children. He prayed and supported and encouraged so that every generation could have the opportunity that she herself had. My mother was 17 when she was born, and she, at 18, had me. And a couple of years later, when my father pursued his dream, she followed me from that little village all the way across, never having traveled. And that became the start of my life. My mother's commitment to me, taking all the risks, being courageous in making that trip, and building into us everything. And that's what I knew was going to be my call. That I needed to be that committed, that dedicated to bringing human rights to people, giving them opportunity. I can sit prepared to do something for them. But why do we pursue human rights and justice in my life? Well, let's consider our world. The world right now has a whole bunch of statistics that are very difficult to process. We have at least 190 countries in the world. We have, believe it or not, 80% of the world living in some form of poverty. We have 27 or more actual armed conflicts. And if you see the news today, you know them. The reality is those are more conflicts than we have. We have 89.3 million people that are forcibly displaced. We have 32.5 and we have nearly 6 million people that are. That is more than the height of slavery, of the African slavery. Currently, there are about 230 top of it, we have a private number that has never existed before. We have nearly 8 billion people, the largest number ever existed. But with all those overwhelming numbers, what I want to tell you is the most significant number is because it only takes one person to make a change. It only takes one person to have a. But once we sort of see this sort of context we have in the world, we have to also ask ourselves, okay, we need to pursue justice, but what is justice? Justice is a difficult concept, and I can't tell you that today, despite being a lifelong advocate of justice, that I can give you a definition. The definition can vary. Share a couple of references that might be useful. The first is sort of a dictionary version, right? Moral rightness and fairness based on principles of ethics, rationality, law, natural law, religion or faith, equity. We understand this stuff, whether it's just innate in us or after we've studied it. But there's another reference that comes from biblical reference, and that's Micah 6:8, which says, do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with God. I really resonate with that definition of justice because justice became good. There's no longer a concept, it's an action. And look at the next step, the loving mercy. You know, in this world, justice isn't just about making sure that someone comes to justice in a sort of corporate sense. It's about everyone receiving justice. Because sometimes, oftentimes, the perpetrator will also get justice. So we need to think about others. And finally, the humility. No one has it all. And we need everyone's understanding. Pursuing justice has many elements. These are just a few elements that I want to make sure we all understand. It requires a relationship with others. So when I say I'm a justice advocate, it's not one person on stage, all of us in this room, and everyone outside of this room, and in the community world we live in. It includes everyone. There are those of you that might be experts in tech, others that might be educated, health professionals. Whatever is your background and your calling, you are also. I'm a human rights lawyer. That's my calling. But there's nothing that requires everyone to go into foreign policy. We need a range of expertise. It also involves interconnection principles. Justice isn't a singular thing. There's political justice, economic justice, social justice, and all of those are interconnected. Justice is really about a holistic approach, having people realize whom human rights. Justice also connects emotion and action. It is heart and mind, heart and hands and feet. It's not just something we study, it's something we do. It's not just something that we do alone, it's something we do with others, that we interact with. And that is also very important for us to understand. Justice also compels us to have a global perspective. It's great when we can work in our, and we should. But what happens on a local community here is also be that. And we need to connect that because we're all just a couple of steps away from being that organization, that community, or that country that is struggling. And so we need to recognize their struggle, vice versa. And finally, it necessitates that we are always learning and teaching. We have to be teachers and students in all contexts, whether it's in our families, in our work life. So I always like to think of this as climbing mountains. We're in Colorado, right? And this is a great and easy place for us to understand this concept of climbing mountains. Let me challenge us a little bit. No one that I know of has ever just showed up at long term to climb. It doesn't work that way. The very first step of climbing a mountain is learning about that mountain, learning when is the appropriate time to go, learning the details that you need to do to get yourself to peak. So the very first step of being a justice advocate and pursuing justice in the United States is to be. Many people have a heart for justice and they long to just jump right in. I would caution that because the very first thing you do is pursue justice by making an impact. So as soon as you learn that information, you need to share that information. You need to let other people know, I'm about to do that. I'd like to do this thing. You need to let people to cheer you on, to support you, encourage you, and you would do the same. Making an impact is not just doing what you're doing, but it's really helping others support them. And finally, climbing mountains is hard. Pursuing justice in the United States. So you cannot do it without recognizing that there's going to be a challenge. Persevere, you also have to understand it. You may not always be the first to do it. I've been a human rights advocate for too long. And what I'm going to tell you is I may not solve the human rights level of the world myself or in my life. In fact, I brought my two daughters here so that we can recognize too much. Right? It's always going to be generations. When you're climbing mountains, we don't only reach up to get to where we want to go. Persevering. So in these contexts of climbing mountains, think about So I want to tell you what I've done with this message. As much as I share this with all of you, this is all principles and concepts that I had to absorb and that I had to figure out. And what happened to me was an interesting journey myself. I had served in different contexts as a human rights advocate. Then I had an opportunity to work to help the next generation, the public policy professional. That work was inspired by me. My husband was in the military, and the day after he finished training, a very beautiful issue. With that context, I realized before I had children that I needed to start thinking about those children that I had. And I needed to think about their children. And I needed to figure out how to do that. So I spent 10 years as a full-time longer. But then, turn events, my husband started to fly south of their life. And it took them in a different direction. And when I got here, very interesting thing happened. My husband was really but what we discovered was that it seriously policy. For years, we spent. And what I want to tell you is during that time, this woman has advocate, this justice advocate, advocate. And that is finding out the difference that influences us. And in that year, as we were climbing that mountain, I started to realize that I also had to continue. And I said a prayer. I said, okay, you know, I've been an advocate. I've been an educator. Yeah. Answer that to me. Yeah. You use all that information, experience that you've had about it. You use that experience you've had in training up students. Now you try to do it. Result. Global justice vision is to inform, impact, and inspire the generation. What piece of that? Together. Our mission, if you'll note, our name is an acronym, is to extend geopolitical learning opportunities for students and professionals with justice, ethically, creatively, and collaboratively. The last two words are extremely important. Ethically, responsibly, society, because those are the concepts that are closer. Our purpose, as we've mentioned, is to be a resource to really help everyone pursue their path of justice. This might be different from person to person, community. And we have a couple of approaches that are important. We bring together faith and community. We don't think that denominational sectors should divide us. We work across sectors. We mentioned business, health, advocacy, arts, the creative community, so much to our justice pursuits. And we work across generations. We have a wide range of generations represented here in every pursuit of justice. And finally, we want to be nonpartisan. You'll notice geopolitical isn't our name. This is what we do, but that's different with partisanship. It doesn't matter if we're left, right, or center. We can work on justice. We have a wide variety of programs and projects, and some of them are highlighted here. But I want to specifically mention to you our global market. When you pursue justice, it's not just about helping someone. It is really about equipping someone to take steps. And one of the ways we do that is through the global market. This beautiful kimono was made by a young woman dressed as a psychiatrist. And when she was rescued, she needed more than just rescue. She needed a future. And by learning this skill, she could care for herself. The necklace I'm wearing is made by an orphan with disability who was thrown away in Asia, but when rescued and given the skill to do. The jewelry that I'm wearing otherwise is made by a villager in Iran, comes as a refugee, trying to find a way to take care of her. Each of these photos that you see on the board are just different examples. We could have that. Pursuing justice with us has lots of different shades. We would love people to come doing what we do in different ways. Some of you with your parents, some of you with your president, some of you all. But our hope is that we learn to create to help us do this justice by living out these principles and teaching others in your circles, within your helps against them. We have contact information, and we reach out to lots of different people through our website, and email, our social media platforms, every single one of them. And we have it as well. And finally, as we have spent some time this morning talking about change, I want to share a quote that most of you probably know, from someone that most of you probably know. Be the change you wish to see in the world is by Muhammad Gandhi. He is a tremendous individual. He is considered the leader of the millennium. from my brain. Countries come to country to make things happen. And the results of this huge impact on the world. But what I want to challenge all of us today is that phrase is often seen on bumper stickers and t-shirts. And that's good. Make it better. Get that phrase. That is why we can be achieved.
Talking about out there, there's some similarities with TAL. So so the next speaker is Ratnam Chature, founder of the North South Foundation. He's had a very successful professional career. He realized that education is so important. University into a world of knowledge and wealth. This made him found the North South Foundation to support Victoria's students of India couldn't continue their studies due to financial constraints. North South Foundations also encourages academic excellence in the U.S. through contests, workshops, coaching. He's here to account for my attorney. Is that now? North South Foundation. So the AV. Thank you. I would like to dedicate this presentation to Indian American youth. Without that support, I would not be here sharing. Topic today is change making, scale and impact. Each NGO, nonprofit, you have a choice on both areas, large and scale. So what is change making? Bring change for the better. Scale and impact. Sadhan, Sanskrit word, I'll cover what it means. Most people think it's hard work. It's more than hard work. Nature has scale and impact. Remember? There are 2 trillion galaxies. Nature created that. It's number of stars, 200 billion trillions. You can't comprehend it. Number of planets, 10 to the power 25. I don't know what it means, right? Basic. Germs in our planet, 5 million trillion. Species, 1.7 million species. And every year, nature creates 13,000 new species.
New species. Amazing. Amazing. Humans. There are 8 billion of us. So nature is the biggest change. Nobel Prize, we talk about change. Nobel Prize in Physics in 2023, 3 scientists got the prize. Really, they got it for experimental methods that generate, I don't know how to say it, what's the attosecond pulses of light for the study of electron dynamic matter. What's important is the attosecond pulses. 10 to the power 18 attosecond is equal to 1 second, which we are breaking the second into parts. 10 to the power 18 part. We talk about nanosecond, microsecond. It's nothing compared with nothing. And 10 to the power 18 seconds represents the age of the universe. That means the first thing that came from Big Bang to now, it took 10 to the power 18 seconds. So what does that mean? When you multiply the two, you get 10 to the power 36 attosecond equal to the age of. So if we all talk about heartbeat, 1 second. So you're talking about the attosecond is 1 divided by 10 to the power 18. And the age of the universe is 10 to the power 18 seconds. So another way to say it, the electrons' movement in atoms and molecules are so rapid that they're measured in attoseconds. In India, I don't know, we call Shiva. Shiva is in the universe. We call him God. He dances. His dance is cosmic dance. When you say cosmic dance, it's a change. Every second there's a change. The Shiva's dance is like attoseconds. The change happens, it's just unimaginable to talk about this attoseconds. Revolutions. Revolutions can happen. Even one person change. When we talk about change, even one person can change. In the US, Horace Mann. We talk about public schools today. There are 100,000 public schools today. The origin of that goes back to Horace Mann. One man changed it. One man, Jonathan Turner, changed the world, US, with a land grant college act. This was signed by Abraham Lincoln, 1862. And he had to go through a lot of troubles getting convinced in the halls of Congress, explaining to them, inspiring them, motivating them. Finally, 1862. Because of that, there's a lot of research. Amazing research was done in terms of, grains, food, animal meat, and its instruments. All the instruments, technology was because of that. One man, Andrew Carnegie. He opened 16,000 libraries. 16,000 libraries. 1,600 libraries. He changed the US society for the better. Now we'll talk about India. In India also, I'll talk about rural India. One man, Dr. Swaminathan, he recently passed away. He brought the revolution, they call Green Revolution, 1960s. Because of that, India became self-sufficient in food. Self-sufficient. Again, one man, Dr. Purian, in 1970, he brought a revolution. Because of that revolution, India is now number one milk production, more than the US, more than China. Amazing, amazing. One man. Yellow revolution. That's called chicken eggs. Because of that one man, B.V. Rao, now India is the top 6 in chicken eggs production. And also I was told even chicken meat is in the top. Just one man. So it's gonna happen. So on the left side, scale can be large, small. Change can be small, low and high. So if you have a small scale, small impact, that's local. It will be local. Then if it has a large impact, it's desirable. The next most desirable is large scale, large impact. It's a choice that each and below. Least desirable is large scale, but no impact. Non-profit, we work for a greater purpose. Some greater purpose. Purpose is change. It change. The thing is, any change maker should change themselves first. I'm the change maker. I want to change. I should change myself before I can think of changing others. If you can't change yourself, how can you change others? What happens is, the more you serve, the more you learn and grow. It's a cycle. It's a continuous cycle. Okay, North South Foundation, we have 4 E's. First is empathy. Started with scholarships to those at the bottom of the pyramid. Excellence, encourage academic excellence to K through 12 children. Education access, provide access, there is no access. Entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, that is promote change among children. Even children can make change. Empathy, we started in 1989. College scholarships, giving back. Only 2 criteria: excellence in education and poor. So take the bottom of the poor. 1989, even today, same thing. Same thing. Vision in 1989 was scale. We want a lot. We want to impact significantly. And equity and fairness. So over the last 34 years, the foundation gave more than 25,000. Each year, our current rate, 3,000, was fresh and renewal. And centers in India, it's all over India, in scale. Activities in the US, academic competition, we started 3 K through 12 children. Our belief at that time was that every child is a winner. That there is nothing a child cannot do. An ordinary child can do extraordinary. And he's never too young and too old to learn. Last 25 years, more than 200,000 children that registered who registered in the art competition got benefited because of that. Chapters all over the country, East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, Texas, Florida. This is an interesting slide. I want to spend a little bit of time. Scripps National Spelling Bee. How many of you know Scripps? Raise your hand. Good, thank you. So every year, after Memorial Day, June, you have a newspaper coverage. Who wins there? Big thing. You look at 2008, bottom right, go to every year to 2019. For 12 years later, children became champions. These are not for the children, not for the children. So let me go through some statistics. Scripps says 11 million children compete at the school level. And not all children, not all children also compete at the school level. And the participation rate is 1 in 10,000. You compare with the total population, it's very tiny, 0.01%. So the population is small. Yet, they won the scholarships for 12 years. 12 years in a row. Let me compare to college football. In a college football, I went to the Google, search, okay, consecutive year. What is the maximum? 2. 2. Here you have 12. Amazing. Among the finalists, about 15 they go to the stage, go to the prime time. You will see if more than 50% are they not South children. More than 50%. So what do they mean? They went from 0.01% to school level. By the time they go to the finals, one of them. It's amazing. So what just kept secret is, people know newspapers and say, oh, Indian children dominate spelling. What they don't know is not for children. That's a story. Okay. Now, I'll give you those of you who have some math, talking about, what are the odds of winning 12 years in a row? So I did the math. The odds are 1 divided by 1,480. To get a sense of it, number of planets in the universe is less than that number. Less than that number. It's just amazing. So not only in spelling bee, in geographic bee, which is not even a subject in schools, they won 8 years in it. So they also became champions in chemistry, history, different topics. Math. What are the lessons learned? Just repeating here, they copy the child. Even ordinary child can do extraordinary things. All these kids, they're 5-year-old, compared to everybody the same. They're not gifted. In fact, we had gifted children, but they did not become champions. They did not become champions. They're ordinary children. And they can make it what is impossible possible. And if a child comes to North-South Foundation every year, they will be in the top 10% in 4 to 8 years. This is guaranteed. We did the data science, data analytics, computer, data, we massaged it. It said, just come there every year, 4 to 8 years, top 10%. Yeah. And this is done by 10 to 14 years old. These are young children. They're not adults. They're not even high school. Middle school. So somebody asked, sir, good is in English language, good. So what is better than good? Is better. What is better than good is better. So what is better than better? Is best. best. Then somebody asked me, what is better than the best? How can it be better than the best? Best is the highest, right? But then I found out, kept thinking about it. We all talk about 8 sigma. Corporations will say, we need 8 sigma. Promote 8 sigma. If you do the calculation, the sigma here is not 8 sigma, it's infinite sigma. Close to, because 48 zeros, right? 8 sigma, you only get a few zeros. You don't get 48 zeros. Yes. Now get sadhana, the Sanskrit what I talked about. So first thing, change yourself. That's number one. Number two, of course, we have to do hard work. Without hard work, happen. Laser focus. If you're playing cricket, you have to focus on the ball. And continuous attention. You have to put your nose to the grinding stone. Grindstone. You have to overcome obstacles. Then don't take no for an answer. Tree is too high, so you can't get to the top, you can't get the fruit. Stop not and go. So that's the sadhana one. You have to do all. All example, change self. What is the first thing? Listen carefully with full attention. Self-discipline. Children have to have discipline. And time management. They have to manage the time. They have to do a lot of schoolwork, play, and they have to think before you say it. If you don't do that, you're lost. You can't take it back. Use only what you need. And get rid of bad habits. Cultivate good habits. Practice positive value. So I want to give an example. This example recently I found. A talked to B. They talked to B. They thought they're on the same page. Then B sent an email to ACDE. But the same topic. Sent an email. So what happened? B learned, right? A talked to B. So B needs to talk to CDE, right? Exactly what was said. This is an example of Robert Kennedy, President Kennedy. There's an example of that. This is similar to that. It's an actual thing that happened. So what happened? You get omission. You don't have memory recall. You don't understand right. So because of that, you have information loss. Because of that, 80% accuracy. You don't have 100% accuracy. Then A talked to C. And they thought, A and C thought they're on the same page. See, A is the one who started the conversation in the beginning. Top. Right? Then C talked to D and E. Then again you get a problem. C, memory recall, translating exactly, get information loss, 80%. Then D sent an email to BCE, the other people. Again, you're going to get same problem, 80%. So what is the total accuracy? Ultimate accuracy is only 51%. So then what happened is, you're on a different page. This is a true example I'm giving. I didn't make it up. And so, one example I talk to children or college students. You can self-test this listening. Suppose you recollect in your mind throughout the day, you went to different teachers, maybe half a dozen teachers, and you try to recall what they said. Yeah? You recollect, and you come home, write down what they said. Most people can't. Even if you write it down, it's different from what the teachers said. Then, even if you write down three most important things for each teacher said, even then you don't get much. So in Sanskrit, I'll use some Sanskrit words here. First thing is called Sravanam, which means listen. Listen carefully to language. Okay. Then repetition. Repeat, recall. The more you recall, the more you get it right. That's why it's important. Repetition. Recall is important. And the same thing is, if you after that, nididhyasana, that's the Sanskrit word again. In English, digestion, assimilation. You assimilate that information that you, what does it mean to you? What does it mean? Right? Comprehension. All that. Then you're learning listening. This is only you're listening. The other part is eye. This is ear, right? Your ear has to be perfect. The other one is eye. Eyes. Paper, where you see it. The only most information is passed through your ear or your eye. Most information. Okay. Our journey will stop when we have ceased to learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Full discussion. Let's okay. So, hey, I make just a couple of comments because some of you, no, want to stop. Some of you may have come in before we started, after we started. Kind of you had touched a life that you're our customers. So what we want to do So follow-up to this is to spend some time with them, find out how to keep up. And you mentioned that you're doing fundraising, your website, be an area that we so tell very good online, better awareness or global awareness of fundraising. So our objective is pretty straightforward. You do we're particularly in your scale. So we'd love to spend some more time talking to who is our institution. So we do that. The other thing, just as a I'm curious how for everybody, not step cheer or towards tomatoes, but how are we doing? This is useful. I mean, I'm glad. I can't imagine another forum with so much diversity, but so much really cool information. Like, that's what I read. It's really a very nice forum. So now we're going to welcome Susan Pappas, Director and CEO of the Ryan Pappas Memorial Foundation. Ryan Pappas Memorial Foundation was created in memory of Ryan Pappas School senior that was killed as a result of the tribe. The primary mission, excuse me, to provide safe, sober activities for high school students, provide both factual information to teens regarding drugs and alcohol and risks associated with this. RAD, alternatives to drugs and drinking. The program was launched by foundations mission. Susan.
First, I just want to give my so our foundation Brian, for state It's all about pictures and um, prior to that, we did right out of the house every night would have so I that's the know that work spoken so so I said to God, provide all there's nothing that goes on. Each other. Then so how did we start that? Started with one of the I went to the high school and I talked to the both were successful. High school. I did not I went to the Y, but what did we decided to provide programs? We're talking something else. So then what did I do? I said, what would it take for you to have this book? So they gave me a little bit of a list. They said, well, you know, it has to be free. All right, I think that's it. Because we didn't even know the needs. Fantastic. They said, you know, you can't. So, what did I do? So my son was other students, and they started thinking, what would our first event offered in 30,000. So Bill was for those students offered the business of the program for the years. So we brought in a professional to help build it, help us develop a statement. So this is the mission statement. students. Right, I have a such a mature word for them. Sobriety, fun, pressure, the environment, no judgment. If you were at a party last week, you just want to do this weekend. That was the was to get each other in those places that were safe. We know that on the street. Because if I open the door to an activity, I might get some students sometime. But if students think for their kids, they have one. So our students, they are the program. We've had phenomenal leadership throughout. We have had our team captains from soccer. Up there we have soccer, we have basketball, we have female basketball, we have lacrosse. Not just that, it's than just one activity. We can use a lot of people there. So we have physical activities going on, we have art going on, we have video games going on all this Friday night once a week. Give them a safe place. Our students need the power of positive here. Again, no judgment, but let me show you the way. They put their words into action. So I'm listening to everything everyone has presented today. You can't imagine that, but they are capitalizing on stepping into this space to make an impact and take on the role of doing what they need to do, not save the planet. I thought that this was a really great quote on leadership about moving places better, moving people better. I really believe that is what we do. They lead through example. They train and organize. They do all of the work. The adults support them. This is not a program by adults. Supported by the adults in our community. It's supported by the community. They educate each other. So if you give them information that's really factual, they will talk to one another about what the risk is. They get involved. They also get involved. But that's really important. Developing the relationship of the community to support them in their efforts. By them giving out and being a responsible person. Here are some of the events that we have seen with our graduates. I think these are all kind of fun. We still kind of call them, my son and I, Friendship Fridays. This was the list that they gave us for prior to the pandemic, 2019. We were at the point that we were holding events every Friday night, having 200 to 300 kids show up every single Friday night. So if you don't tell me that you tell me that's not having an impact. And we were starting to collect data on the number of kids that we were seeing. Over 222, almost every single Friday night. So we were sharing the message. They told me they wanted safe places to hang out. We were able to put in a big fire book, fast to the YMCA, we partnered with to hold the events. So they have places to socialize. They wanted to do bonfires, so we set them up. safer. Pumpkin carving. I have a farm in Pueblo that will donate to the 300 pumpkins. Our leaders will not pick them. A lot of them had never picked a pumpkin before. Time for them to get out that any that are left over, then we go to the community for other things. So for campus, kids that love the art aspect, we'll have some of them playing basketball, football, volleyball, and another group doing art, another learn the local artist, and guide them on that. For dodgeball, that's a big one. We always get a lot of people for dodgeball. Every sport, they have their outfits going and everything. So it's from all realms. It's a great creativity. Build that sense of community. Okay. So they have something for everyone. A time of year that we find that there is a lot of risk, obviously, for graduation. So we offer a grad party. We can also do all the graduation to go, get some adults to go, and have a safe place. Go all out on these. I just want to play this. Without our details. Our students are changing the narrative of what it is to have fun. Our first hope, grad, last year, outward back up once a month. So what would you do that? And have no why. State. Well, yeah. This will build those clubs. So we work. So the students are our number one part of our foundation. We always plan on providing a model for other communities to do this. I know that the more places that I go, want to do is say, you need something like that. You can do it. There's nothing happening without it, other than that they want to do this for their friends. But when you do this, when you can find a place, a community center, or one something, a place that can hold the activities. After the ice to come to us and say, if you want to use the ice, let us know. And our kids go skating for free. So they'll open up the ice rink for us on some Friday nights. We have companies that sponsor the events. We have donors, all sorts, small foundations, big companies that allow the event and allow free for all of the students. And obviously, we have a teacher sponsor the schools for the students. It's really important to provide them the space. We also have their groups to build it. I want to say one really neat thing about this is the way that the students have evolved as they have grown into the roles. They came to realize that they couldn't walk on both sides of the street. Go to a party on one night, and the next week say that they're going to be a rad leader. They came up with a code of ethics of how they needed to eat or present themselves to be a good rad leader. One of them is that they will not participate in the party for school. But they want to actually show people another way of what real fun is all about. We have spent a lot of time with wow. First time. Just want to really quick provide some back for it. That is literally that. That more excited. Appreciate you.
Really great. It sounds very impactful. One thing before I forget, is at my age, I give a lot. But maybe we can talk a little bit later in the day. We have a TAL leader and somebody that's been very involved in Raj and Anna Saba that built out a thing called Hungerman Tao. And it's around hunger, not around teen, issues that you're addressing, but it's community oriented. And it has now become national at a very large scale. They've now, with just 2 people, no funding, no office, no anything, right? That's COA, and have built out a community-based, kind of highly scaled delivery of approaching 15 million meals now, and all communities. There may be some sharing to. At any rate, as our next speaker, Rajani Segal is the executive director of, and this one I'm gonna like a 50% chance of getting this right. Ikal Videlaya Foundation of the USA, which runs over 100,000 schools, rural and tribal areas in India and Nepal, providing education to nearly 2.8 million children. Rajani worked extensively in digital literacy to these remote areas, which, by the way, is quite basic villages. I was just in India. I was quite amazed at how pervasive it is. And it's turned schools into epic centers, transformed villages around. Part of the joining Gal Rajani worked in field education technology at Tufts University and MIT. And we'll play the AV. I want to make one other real quick comment about some activity at TAL that we do. That Dean is going to talk about. That is the Transformers and the activity with drone. We were just in Bangalore and gave some awards to kids that won these innovation awards. They were almost all from rural villages. 2 or 3 of the groups that won, they were all orphans. And they had amazing ideas, just incredible. So the work they're doing is really, we'll pay the AV and we'll invite you up to
I would say primary school. It goes from K to 3, and we have 3 grades that all study together. There's a lot of peer teaching that goes on, and the kids come together. And we have what we call a five-fold education. Reading, writing, arithmetic is, of course, very important. But we also emphasize health and hygiene. Some of these kids don't know much about it, and that becomes a very important part of how to teach them. Financial literacy. Often the villagers are poor because he or she doesn't know how to manage money. Civics, they don't know they live in this country. They don't know the rights that are there to them. We have democracy, lots of rights, lots of wonderful programs are available to the villagers, but they didn't know it. So we really empower them to use that. Finally, value education. Very important. Following up on what you're saying in the rural areas, of India is a big problem. There are other problems as well that exist. And in fact, I'll never forget, I went to a very rural area and asked him the future, which should motivate him. And he said, before he got young came, when I saw you guys come in, I said, doing this one. So we are really, honored. And that's the kind of values that what is wrong. So that's a very important part of what we do. So we are actually, the other thing is because we don't invest in a school or anything, it's a very, most of our cost goes to pay the teacher and also to train the teacher. And this very little material. So it's $1 a day to run a school. 30 children. Yes. And we have currently 2.8 million children who are going to schools. And of course, it's been there for 35 years. We didn't get there just yesterday. But we're really, the thing is that if you could scale like this, that means there is something about the model that makes it. Okay, technology got. There we go. Fantastic. So I was going to say, when I joined the organization, I used to work in EdTech at MIT at that time, today, she knows all that education at that time. Voila. It's been a challenge. It's not amazing. Been working with the technology a lot. But what I did see is, as you see, I was very moved by that picture when I saw it, and that's how I joined the organization. I did that same village with a laptop. And when I, people were especially back then, we have a problem of very underprivileged people. They live in very rural villages. Can be handled. And at that time, in 2030, there was not enough, services, data services, technology services in the villages. Where are we going with this? But I'll tell you, that girl, when she took that laptop, I'll never forget what she said. She said, sister, you are not going to touch the future. And I said, that's what we need to prepare these children for the future, not for the present, because when they grow up, are they ready for the world? And technology gods, they have really got data into our very remote rural villages. India is leapfrogging ahead of everywhere else. There may not be roads, but there is data in the villages, and that has really huge difference for us. And that's where we came up with ideas how to bring digital literacy. So one of the ways we did it is with a very unique program called Literacy. We take a school bus, we fit it up with computers, and we take it to the doorstep of these villagers, and we are bringing digital literacy to them. And the nice thing is actually a lot of the front-end jobs, even in rural areas, require digital literacy. So if these people graduate, they can actually get income of about 50,000 a month in their areas, which makes it. And to me, this, stories like this really inspired me because this lady, took this course and now she's running an e-banking service in her rural village. So first of all, you're bringing the service to the village. And second, she doesn't have to mind. She's sitting at home and making income and being a good revenue center that automatically, for the women especially, it becomes a very empowering thing. So, ideas like gender equality comes in our schools also. Now we have started bringing tablets.
so that we can bring better gamified learning and other things. A lot of experimentation is going on. We're very blessed to partner with IT Madras, which is doing things for India. We cannot just transport some, things from here or there, but there's a lot of development happening there, and we are really pleased to see that it's making a big difference. And most importantly, the kids are getting to touch this device, to know that it is there. So again, very good for the future. The second area, once we had done our education, we said we cannot stop there because, again, these rural areas need multiple things. So the second area that we got involved in is medicine. We said we need to provide some health services. Originally, what we did is we started with just providing information. So it was preventative. Make sure that your area is clean. Don't have water coming to the malaria and dengue and things like that. But later on, again, technology, we were very honored to meet somebody from Johns Hopkins University who has created a platform, for telemedicine. We work together, and there it is. We are now having this in many of our villages, where again, our program is very similar to our school, where we take local women, we train them to be what we call sevikas, that is service providers, and they know, basic triage things. And as you can see, there's a mobile phone, there's a volunteer doctor at the back end, and I really would look forward to partnering with TALTalks hospitals to see what we can do there as well. And I wanted to say actually that before I go to the women empowerment thing, every week, I have a dashboard that I see that comes from all the telemedicine projects that we are looking at. And, it's amazing to see by this intervention, how many women particularly they don't go to hospitals early now. There was a state by state a month ago, and this woman wouldn't have come to hospital with telemedicine. And you see this kind of how technology can make a difference, and it's really exciting to see that. So then, the core of it, as I said, most of our teachers are talking about in the 100,000 schools, about 89,000 very empowered women. That's good, to have women in the villages. And in fact, people come to the teacher in the village. And so she very, very big change agent in the village itself. Our Arogya Sevika, who are the healthcare workers, are women. Now, the third thing we said we need to provide is skill training. Let us really focus on, in addition to doing health and education, to provide skills so that the skills come to the village, while at the same time, giving a little income opportunity. So one of the first things we actually said we would do is tailoring. Somebody has talked about that too. It's a very, very powerful skill to provide, especially for the women. First of all, they get good clothes because you want to go out into the city to get your clothes. To have a tailor in the village itself is very, very powerful thing. And these women are able to earn 5,000, which is a very important thing because they're not going anywhere. They're staying at home and having a good life. Third area, the skill training that we work on is sustainable agriculture. Other areas have very small crops, and if we could teach them to use that even better. One of the things is that if we can get the inorganic fertilizer and use organic, that they can level up cost as well. And they can then not only right now what they do often is just one crop. If you do multiple crops, teach them to grow maybe fruits and vegetable picking, and we tell them to teach that too. So they eat better, and at the same time they're getting incomes from it as well. So in fact, we call them those gardens, nutrition gardens, portion. Of course, this is something that we were very proud to get, the Gandhi Peace Prize. Gandhi is great to get such a peace prize for us. It's wonderful. But what I wanted to also show you, what are our teachers? We're very particular that we don't change their tradition. So you can see they have their clothes from Arunachal Pradesh, whatever they are doing, whatever they're saying, we have to proud of their heritage. If they are rooted in their heritage, we can stay in the country. And of course, many of our alumni, I'm always amazed to see how many want to join the police. And because so many women want to join the police force and other things. I guess that's what they see as front-end workers, but they wanted to join the army and the police force. So we have done all these multiple things, and now what we are doing is really putting it all together and doing what we call integrated village development. That we go into a set of 30 villages and provide all these services for about 5 years, and really in a very concentrated way, so that we can get out of the development. So 30 villages with about 1,000 people in each. So we talked about 30,000 villages that we go into. And it has been a really good program. I was going to say, if we can get all this done, we can actually impact because we have the footprint in those villages. So it's up to us now to again, all the work that we have done, as you can see, tremendous impact. So there are so many people. I mean, the numbers are really quite impressive, I would say. And we are really, looking to even expand, reach even more from this. And of course, all this really happens is because we have a huge volunteer. You cannot go into a village and just do your work. So we need to have at least 7 or 8 volunteers in each village. And all the work that we do in the rural areas, these volunteers, even the teachers, they're paying very little. It's not that they pay a lot because it's not about money. It has to be that they want to do that. It has to be that they want to be the teacher for their child, for the community. So everything that we do is very volunteer based. In America as well, we have a large volunteer organization chapters. So really what we want to do, the dollar that is donated, and we have a very low cost thing to do, like I said, $1 a day to run a school, and even an integrated village development is $2 per year. And we are able to do that because we have 400,000 volunteers invested in what we do. And I think that investment is important not just to be possible, but to transform completely good work. It is the volunteerism that makes that work go forward. And of course, ACL's ability to scale, I think Dr. Stewart is talking about that. Scale is very important. In India, when we have 100,000 rural remote villages, franchise, and we have, I think, more than there's an economy. It's not to say about the scale and the monument. So, just to say, what are we looking for? Of course, financial donations are always welcome, and I'd love to talk about that. But we are looking for volunteers. We're always looking for volunteers to help spread our message. And today, I thank Tal for doing that. We have a youth chapter. We'd love for you to start a youth chapter. The younger you are, the better you are. I think the world could be connected. I think if youth chapters and they do virtual internships, go see the rural areas through Zoom, and that has been a really wonderful thing. And of course, finance is always useful, but most importantly, what we really want is always love, and that love that will really bring that opportunities for those children, for those parents in those rural villages. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's very and what an amazing level of escape. Incredible. I love your energy, by the way. Okay, well, our next speaker is going to be Chaz. We're doing okay on time, right? I'll take that as a yes. Okay. Next speaker is I just want to know if we're managing our time well. We're fine. Next speaker is Susan Foley.
I did make some updates. I wasn't sure if you downloaded it. Okay.
Where'd the clicker go? Clicker?
Nonprofit, and non-issue impact. It's been dedicated to promoting diverse and non-segregated conservation. So let's welcome Susan and first take a minute.
TALTalks introduces Zuzabali, who serves as the Education Director and Deputy Director of Americas for Conservation plus the Arts, commonly known as AFC Plus A. AFC Plus A is a nonprofit organization making a significant impact in both Colorado and Puerto Rico with global reach. After earning her master's degree, Zuza relocated to Colorado. Her exceptional linguistic abilities, spanning proficiency in 16 different languages, including German, English, and Spanish, have been instrumental in her journey. For over 2 decades, Sousa has been devoted to teaching in private and bilingual schools and has been an active volunteer with several prominent nonprofit organizations in Colorado, including the Rocky Mountain Peace and Justice Center, Intercambio de Comunidades, Friendship City Projects, and the Parent Engagement Network. She is deeply passionate about community outreach and empowerment and finds immense satisfaction in working with the younger generation. AFC Plus A is on a relentless mission to foster an inclusive and culturally relevant approach to conservation education, breaking down barriers and addressing the needs of historically underserved and underrepresented communities in the environmental movement. Join us to hear Sousa elaborate on the profound impact of AFC Plus A in this.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for actually inviting me here and holding me to speak to you today about love for nature and becoming mycelium. I want to talk more about how to approach relationships and trust building and how important it is to all the work we do. As a matter of fact, it is more important that it's the only way that we can grow and that we can resource fund. To tell you something, I'm looking at myself as a wallflower. I was displaced at age 14 and deported on gunpoint from East Germany. And I lived in a refugee camp. I'm a survivor of sexual assault. I'm always have been more of an observer to stay safe. And I don't like to stay in the limelight like this. But I'm doing it for the cause. Important things is that I do connect with all my people. And it's not only people or celebrities or people that are important to me, but also our the entire beings of our planet. It's plants, birds, wildlife, and so on. My refuge always has been in nature because nature has been my teacher and my master. Because I've learned interconnectedness, and as you see here, the roots of all trees interconnect. Feeling of community, feeling unity with others and with the world around us. Finding community for me was not easy. I was deported, kind of ripped out of a safe space, and then needed to find my community, and I had to, or I chose to come to the US with a Fulbright scholarship, and then had to find another community, and moving wherever, you need to find community, and one of the ways to do that is to look for people that resemble your lived experience. Find common interests and shared values. You can do that in your neighborhood or through speaking different languages. I first also want to foremost acknowledge the ancestors of these lands that are unconceded lands of homelands of the huge land and star nations. Want to acknowledge we're here nature, connecting actually with all of our relations and being part of nature is one of our values. For conservation in the arts, started springboarded the flagship program, Service, that literally means translated green ambassadors, but we're actually nature headquarters. It follows the idea of coined by Paulo Freire in the pedagogy of the press, the community headquarters, but adds to meaning and expand also include stewardship of the lands, leadership, as well as natural literacy, sort of environmental literacy. So Frugalist Verdes are advocates for health, nature, and conservation within that nexus. Families engage outdoors, promote public lands and conservation. And we're working a lot with Latino families as well as people or families with indigenous roots, refugees and immigrants, because that is the community closest to my heart because of my lived experience and in affinity to my husband who is from Mexico originally. So we connect human health with ecology and offer career paths for to gain skills to then gain point, improve their everyday economic lives. We inspire civic engagement and stewardship action. So what is so unique about food standards? We have open invitations. We are flexible and inclusive. We work a lot, quite a bit with parents of children with disabilities who are out of that space to participate in various activities in society. We lead by example and always say that nature is our teacher. Here I have a picture of one of the community tree plantings that we're working on right now. We are actually contracted by the city of Denver, the Climate Action, Sustainability and Resilience Office, to plant 1,000 trees a year for the next 7 years. In addition to that, we have an environmental justice grant from the Colorado Department of Public Health that basically sponsors tree plantings in Aurora. In both of these cities, the tree plantings are connected to being a climate action on lowering the heat island and bringing greater health. The tree plantings are focused on areas that communities that are highly disenfranchised in their low income, highly industrialized, very and we have been planting trees and people in Denver, other city. And lamented. We do not go outside. Sometimes we have to be stuck inside all day long. And we cannot go outside because it's too hot. And so we are trying to change that picture. Finally, we also have been planting and restoring trees with mycelium forest patches. So whatever tree we plant, we add a special mycelium forest patch to build resilience. And that same forest patch can be used to actually restore mature trees. So if you look here at the mycelium, that is the roots of mushrooms, looks very similar to the brain synapses. And as a matter of fact, mycelium is called the brain of nature or the wood wide wood web. So Love for Nature is an coalition of interdisciplinary experts with very diverse backgrounds. I work with INCAR, as voices, I work with the universities, work with schools, communities, other nonprofit organizations, the restoration volunteers, the youth stewardship, connecting with so many our organizations and agencies that are doing similar work
and that I try to become as video myself. What are we doing? Our goal is to advance planetary health and practice purposeful nutrients, because that is what mycelium can teach us. So what we do, we work with indigenous knowledge and science, heal the soil, find water, restore ecosystems, and restoring our relationships. Nature as well as self. Here's a picture of that we developed all against creators in diverse baskets and from diverse knowledges coming in together to be in service in the world. Not really looking at this, but looking at how can we complement each other and actually have a great system. So for the tree restoration that mycelium forest divisions, we basically do this layering amendments, natural amendments, that would be, let's say, users of layering of earth. So the first part is laying a circle around the tree along the drip line with kind of a radial arrangement, similar to what the tree already does itself. And then we fill that with wood chips. After the wood chips comes a layer of compost that is natural according to rich, and a layer of leaves. And we have several layers of that. So that every time it rains or the tree gets water, it's like a medicinal tea. Because we infuse that layering with different types of mycelium. And primarily here in Denver with the salt-loving Bernardii salt-loving mushroom, because we have a lot of pine trees that are dying because of reclaimed waters being used for watering. So mycelium forest patches are a nature-based, sustainable, and low-cost solution. We have been 19 trees for 1 year, and it saved the city of Denver $450,000. Because these trees were flagged to be removed and cut down, short trees. And by simply establishing these forest patches, they are now the thriving trees in the park. So it improves the soil, you see fresh needle growth, it improves the entire ecosystem and resilience. So, as I already mentioned, we amend liabilities of waste and turn them into assets. So with the Denver tree plantings and Aurora tree plantings, these tree plantings are happening through an equity lens. Because for America's for Conservation of the Arts, equity is at the center of our work. And so I listed here a little bit of the sustainable development goals, because if you look at it from just the facts, so action to climate change, life on land, good health and well-being, sustainability, sustainable cities and communities, as well as responsible consumption, is what the cities want to do. The ripple effect of social impact is education. We teach 3 workshops. We actually teach local residents how to plant the trees, how to care for the trees, how to monitor the trees, and how to heal the trees. So they become change agents within their own community rather than there is puppets experiencing change. This is also helping to curb hunger, because many of the trees we're planting are actually fruit trees. Then have automatic economic impact, and most of our citizens are actually women with children, and we we allow them to come and teach or work with their children together because we do events with families. That's why I showed you the picture with the kids. That was a tree planting in the park in Commerce City. You saw more kids and adults. The kids help and they learn and they grow up and they basically embody this. We're doing this work because equal access to health, climate, and economic benefits of trees is achieved by. Just like the mycelium, which helps trees interact and cooperate, the urban mycelium, or even rural mycelium, is an invisible human dynamic that is really important to consider when you try to grow or try to even survive in one problem. Building relationships and trust is the center, and and here I want to show you a little bit my way of my ceiling. I haven't even listed all. This is just the major groups that I'm on a daily basis interacting and collaborating. Because of my background, I'm really from the United Nations because without Amnesty International, I would know because we were sold as political prisoners in the Cold War to West Germany. And for me, I still see the United Nations as one of the possible solutions. There's a lot of problems with it. However, at least we're all coming together and trying to find solutions on the global level. So the calls to action is join love for nature for the upcoming community events. You can volunteer to plant trees in Denver or Aurora. It's a 21st century. You can run or walk. Latino picture adventure. It's self-care, but also one it grows in social injustice and environmental injustice. On October 27, restore the Louisville ecosystem. Build resilience and restoration. November, Eco Festival in November. Here at the Western Stop Shooting. You can volunteer to restore mature trees in the rare city, etc. If you have a school, you have some trees in your community. You can contact us and collaborate with the local nature of and only use it. So here are actually 6 minutes here. If I need to keep the kids separate and get they cross over, and that's what I want to leave you with. This try to be mycelium it because it's such a mutualistic partner being able to fortify these. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Changing emphasis. Yeah. And thank you for showing us how important conservation and nature is to the community. The wonderful efforts you're doing there. I linked next to that Lee Fox. The Fox Family Foundation is tackling the complex problem of the intersection between. So they're going to present on how they've been supporting initiatives that have promoted accessible access to culturally relevant nature services and provided academic support for low rate students and promoted work certificate and please welcome the foundation.
Thank you.
Visual impairments and blindness carry significant personal and societal burdens, ranking among the top 10 causes of disability in the United States. The Fox Family Foundation is dedicated to tackling the intricate relationship between poverty and vision loss. TALTalks is pleased to introduce Lee Fox, the president of the Fox Family Foundation. This organization is working to address the complex connection between poverty and vision impairment by supporting initiatives that facilitate fair access to culturally relevant eye care services, offer academic assistance to low vision students, and advocate for workforce diversity, accessibility, and inclusion. The Fox Family Foundation firmly believes that forging strong partnerships and fostering collaboration with a diverse range of organizations is pivotal in advancing eye health and fostering a more equitable and just society. We look forward to hearing more from Lee Fox in TALTalks.
Good afternoon. So it's true. Everything you just heard on that video is absolutely true. But I'm going to tell you a little bit as the presentation comes up that what Fox Family Foundation obviously is a very Catholic venture, philanthropy, and grant making organization. Right? And at the heart of what we do is seek to change lives, just like everybody here that thing. And what I want to talk about is how we might get filled a more equitable society through visionary and inclusive innovation. But before we describe what that means, I want to remind facts of the matter is we're also and part of that is the work with technology. We've been innovating in mobile applications. We're really considering ourselves at the forefront of new technology. Right from the internet and being there comes my daughter, and I somewhat go, oh, it was particularly my career for Doug Good and family. So captivated by youth culture. And at the time, as you know, Gen Y is activating all over the place with different innovations. And I thought, my goodness, why is this? And what it comes down to, what I thought it came down to, was we had the rise of college and initiatives that were just being driven through these new digital media. And so I ended up starting a company around that and was offered the opportunity to bring my insights across the nation through speaking engagement and other practices. And if you remember, these millennials formed in 1981 to 1995, they were also born with strategy, which meant that all of those strategies helped them understand why what they did, such as a low cost braille device, like a 12-year-old, was something that could actually be innovated and accelerated. Now here we are in this new youth activism era with anticipation, and we're still seeing the same behavior. We've got Gen Z who are being born in 1996 2010. We all know who Greta is, right? She's become the face of climate change. And that was when she was 15. And even with these younger generations, you've got the 10-year-old in Queensland who helped her community down. And so I thought, again, something is happening. Well, there's a big commitment into service learning, which has always been sort of in school, but we started activating more and more learning, and teachers get excited about it between the years 2000 and 2018. And again, think about the age of the millennials, the age of the Gen Zs and Alphas. This has been their life experience in terms of their educational experience. And so now we get back to Family Foundation, Fox Family Foundation. We do seek to break the link between vision loss and poverty. And even though that seems like a very narrow niche, I have to tell you that the more I dug into that conundrum, I realized that while it may not seem like the biggest problem in the United States, because we have so many bigger problems, if we want to call these, compare in the world, it is actually surprising. By show of hands, by the way, how many of you have had an eye exam last year? Oh, some savvy people in the room. Good job. Because we are experiencing significant vision loss in America. So the CDC is saying that if you were born between the ages of 0 and 18, 2018, 5 million of you have significant vision loss. But for working age population, it's 23 million. I think that number is much staggering. Significant vision loss, by definition, means that even through the deployment of glasses or you still cannot see well enough not to rely on something like an accessibility support system. Okay? So obviously we know that the older populations will continue to rise in numbers, but did you know that by 2050, we're supposed to double those numbers? Now, the crazy thing about doubling those numbers is probably not going to affect most of the people in this room. It will affect the people that are the most impoverished, right? So 16 million Americans right now are functioning with a and they don't necessarily even realize. And if they don't address it, it will go surface, it will be vision. And most of the people, even if 80% vision impairment is preventable, we don't have to have that kind of so really what it comes down to is properly communicating to cultures or populations of people that are not actively going in and seeking healthcare for their health. As it happens, it's the Black, Hispanic, and the poor adolescents are the most deeply affected. So a family foundation or nonprofit organization, we have a tool called the Root Change. Most of us in this room understand what that is. Basically, it's a framework, a blueprint that we can use to consider all of the assumptions that we might understand or think we understand about the problem. And then what we do is we say, what are the detriments? In our case, since vision loss is a health issue, you think about social detriments of health. And for that means low application for payment or accessibility to get your transportation or poor access to healthcare. But all of these things can't, as an organization, especially a new one, go out and say, oh, we're just going to all of them. We settled on two. The first one we settled on was visionary scholars. This is the idea that we could potentially take low-income and high-income students and put them into careers that doesn't necessarily demand that they go to a higher education, higher education program. Not that we don't want them to get there, just that it doesn't have to be immediate. Because coming from high school with low skills and stepping into a job means that you're not likely to recruit that poverty line. So how might we step in this more into the so we ran a program and we brought lower income students, some of them who were language having, to take on courses that adults were taking at the same time. What we would do is measure, could these young people still learn and react with the same information that their older adults were? And the answer was absolutely yes, it could. And this was extremely exciting for me because we had to see a program like this get developed. The second area that we focused on was exceptional scholars. And that is taking people who are blind and low vision, putting them into the workforce by upskilling. Now, over half of the BVI population that could be in the workforce are not, and those that are, about 32% of them are only all right, so there's two things called DEI. One is called the Disability Equality Index, and one is the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And we were so excited because these two things have been so prominently talked about inside of our surely upskilling youth and bringing them in and upskilling DEI candidates would be a key way to enter into the workforce. But alas, we are just not going to understand success unless we feel a little bit of failure. And we really have a consistent pushback on our theory of change. And we're like, why? Why? Real equity isn't possible if we don't have theory. That's part of the problem. Real equality is possible unless we put what? All of us at the center. Inclusion at the center. And then we thought about this a little bit more deeply. We need to innovate for inclusion. So what are we going to do? Are we going to approach all of the incumbents and say, guess what, guys, we got to change things here. Don't think about accessibility as something that you have to do in hindsight. That's expensive. Let's think about how we might innovate for inclusion now. And it's starting to come back really. The youth, they are going to be open to the possibility of inclusion. So, the summer of 2024, we are launching a program called Visions. It's activating youth between the ages of 14 and 20 to understand concepts not just of human design, but of universal design. Because right now, universal design principles are not being integrated at the K-12 level. They're only being integrated at the university level, and by that, they're integration. Those principles basically ask, as you think about innovation, how might we include people that are different than us? But the core of this is the pushback and the reason that we're going into youth is that the reason that people were not excited about bringing on new people who were extremely younger or disabled is because there's an inherent and unconscious bias that exists inside of our landscape of employment. And the only way that we get rid of it is to activate a generation that might be interested in looking at their own biases and really thinking about it meaningfully. That is what Envision does. Is it empower the individual to consider how they might be innovators and be meaningful to industry right now, new innovations, new methods of inclusion. And it's also going to unlock the possibility for 1 billion other people to be included in some of societal's most important opportunities and social structures. And so the $6 trillion that remain untapped, honestly, in most innovation has the potential to be unleashed. So when we think about what the Envision's competition is going to do, we're giving them 5 design points. Can you make equitable spaces that eliminate the barriers? Can you provide systems of lifestyle inclusion that increase social participation? Can you make empowered employment plausible so that you embrace diversity? And can you build supportive systems that promote innovation? Most importantly, can you bring in adaptive technology that empowers new capabilities, not just for the disabled community? Because all of us, at some point as we age, are going to experience a form of disability, one way or the other. Not just about others, it's also about me. You know, measuring success is one of the hard things to do. It's the only way to move. We firmly believe that innovation is just one initiative that we are going to do is going to help unleash and decrease stigma and social isolation and increase employment. But we are not abandoning all of the other things Boston Innovation is focused on. And that's why we'll continue to increase rates of culturally support and, you know, increase rates of graduation. All of these are important. And finally, the call to action for the room is if there's anything that you're doing in the conditions or the other areas, we invite you to participate. I missed out on a really key piece in one of the slides that I was talking, and that is, as the youth are innovating solutions, we've actually built a network and we're building a coalition of disability justice experts as well as members of the disability community who come and serve as mentors. Because there is a slogan that it is nothing for us without us, disability community talk about, and we believe that's so critical. There's such an ego in the word entrepreneurship when we don't think about all of the other people that we're doing. We don't have the answers alone. We only have the answers as a collective. And I believe that that is one of the ways that the Upcoming Foundation has differentiated. We've made a very, very firm commitment to collaboration, and we're very deeply proud that almost every grantee that we've ever given a grant to or invested in has found a way to collaborate with them. So if you belong, please contact me through these channels, and we would welcome you.
Thank you for that. And teaching us about how important vision is to just helping you the innovativeness, people in general. I know just speaking for myself, when I was university, I didn't realize that getting from way to me classes is actually a bad thing. And I can so many other middle school, high school, elementary school, counseling, this was me to participate and take part. I'd now like to welcome Delegate Agar, speaking full circle of Lake County, a nonprofit that empowers the community through youth development, family support, immigrant services, and research connection, committed to facilitating executive well-being and fairness for all. Please welcome Delegate Agar.
We are delighted to welcome Eudelia Contreras, the CEO of Full Circle of Lake County, to TALTalks. Full Circle is a nonprofit powerhouse dedicated to empowering communities through a multifaceted approach that includes youth development, family support, immigrant services, and resource connections. Under Eudelia's dynamic leadership, Full Circle has become a catalyst for social change, advancing health, well-being, and equity for all. Their commitment to fostering holistic community development is creating a profound impact, uplifting the lives of countless individuals. Eudelia Contreras, drawing from a diverse background in both government and nonprofit leadership, has demonstrated a remarkable ability to bridge gaps and provide interpretation services, further strengthening the community's bonds. At TALTalks, we applaud the invaluable work of Full Circle of Lake County and Eudelia Contreras' vision for a more inclusive and empowered community. Together, we can aspire to a bright, fairer future for all.
Thanks so much for sharing station I work for, and so I'm up in Lebanon County, which is more than 2,000 feet. There for about since '93. So we got there when I was in first grade, and I remember walking to one of the closer schools, and actually a child care center. We didn't have any family here, didn't really know anybody. And my mom said, "We need to enroll you in school." And I said, "Oh, I already kind of know how to read and write. I think I'm good. I don't think I need to." And that was, I was entering into the first grade. So we get there, and there's, and at this time, especially in the mountain rural towns, there isn't anybody that speaks our language or that looks like us. So that was very different than where I was coming from. I had come from Mexico to California. California, a little bit more diversity, but it was still interesting. In California, I did kindergarten. My teacher did not speak Spanish. I did not speak any English, and I was held back from kindergarten because I didn't understand. And so, all throughout school, I went to school thinking I just am not smart enough, because if I failed kindergarten, what am I going to do in the higher grades? So, and that's also the messaging that I was getting from because that was explained to me or my parents, that it was a language barrier. So then that's the messaging that I kept repeating and internalized that. And then comes all of the messages that we get from social media, television, family, as well. So, the Lake County is it's showing all of the time, very different times. And I remember at a very young age doing interpretation for a lot of the people in the community. Since the to in Lake County, kids when I went to parent school there, they were like, "Oh, this school." Like, the students, they have shown and experience how connection. So I was trying to figure out what is a connection. Teachers were a big part of this. We had two teachers at the time, Maria Romero and Jerry Chavez. I remember that they made such impact in us that in my life, with two of them speaking the language that I was speaking and looking with me, and then Mrs. Smith just being very welcoming. And I was trying to encourage us. And at this time, it was also interesting because we had the white kids, we had the Indian kids in Mexico, and then we had the Chicano population. And there was always a lot of, between the Chicano population and American, a lot of differences in fighting, and I never really figured out what's going on with each other. It seemed like it was like the same barrier. I just couldn't figure out what it was. And so now I understand the bigger picture of it, right? And I did make connections with a lot of amazing people, but I still see opportunity for those. And so that was my biggest takeaway. How did I be affected in kindergarten language? What were some of those things that got me through to where I am today? So that's like what I was saying, doing a lot of interpretation, learning about so many different things. I remember doing interpretation for somebody that was in jail. I was a very young kid, just like I said, who started. My family, when we got to Leadville, they're separated, and that was very traumatic for me because all of them kind of disappeared. So now I'm starting to understand trauma and how that affects a student, even if it happens to be a baby, how that affects them is shown up later in life. So that's one of the biggest focuses at the organization. Elementary program, and then we also all the way up to high school. So you need to figure out, okay, great, we have these programs like agenda the time because it should be shooting and fishing. That's great, but a lot of people are we're not really interested. So it's like having a goal and like so I'm trying to figure out what are the that we're guaranteed at all. And what are the things that the big choice for that and exercise culture can say yes. Some kids show up at big museums and Spanish speaking museums. It is packed. So then great, that should be it's that should be your message there. Dancing, music, and food. That's what do we create? Some kind of center. We don't even have a family ties, going back home to Mexico. One of my favorite things, and the kids love. We learn something different from culture, and that's what they say. They say, you know, we all speak the same language here. That we work with, and because we're all, a lot of us are in town that and I see them in December. I see them all there. Their parents and it's just really cool. So also trying to figure out, yeah, how do we continue this so we don't forget our culture either? Because I mean, also what happens too is we run into this belonging center, right? Right. So, so before the pandemic, about 2 years before the pandemic, I decided to run housekeeper and father in construction. I invited and I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm going to be good from the school and the kids, our community is as a whole, 30% POC, people of color or Hispanics, and then in the school it changed to 70%. And we didn't have anybody on the school board that was a person of color, or even about any administration. So I did it, and then COVID hit. That was the hardest thing that had ever done. I never knew what it was like to be on the board. I didn't even know about motions and how you do it. So that was another eye-opener. We need to have we hear about the students, right? that's what we're doing. We're focus on if people want to know or commission, we can start the next media information. Part of the meeting. Because some of those meetings, you don't even know, like, can I get out and know that I don't know if I can make a motion, like, clearly there was a mother, she spoke the language, she is from here, and she wanted to become an advocate for this child. She children, she can break out here, and that was one of my last meetings as I was checking out, because years long, with these meetings so long, these are very structured for a certain person, and we were trying to. The other thing, two work that I've done is community organizing. So something I'm very proud of is putting a lot of folks, especially Spanish speakers, who live in Alberta and sit in places. So they have very little access to any park or to do walking and all of the things they're supposed to be so good for. And in my already, and you're told by other people, you always need to pay state rent. So one of the things that we said is something that would be so helpful is if these parks, they were resident owned. And one of them came up for sale. And we thought, if this goes on the market, if this one's going to sell, there's a huge house, we have to really do it up. And we have never done any community organizing there. Well, helpful, since I myself and another patient had personal connection, personal relationship up there. That's when they started to trust us, because there was a person that would come in and give them information, and they're like, we don't know it's this guy with this hippie hair, I don't know what he's trying to do, and so maybe that's another clear sign, you know, to trust you, and that is how we were able to organize, and now the residents are community, they get their materials, and they don't have to have space rent increases every year. So that was really good. But yeah, that's my next step up was unfortunately we have a lot of youth that get into very dangerous. And in my work that I do as an interpreter for human services, child welfare, and on the cases there's person abusing potential, things that I haven't really ever heard before. As I was 13 years old. So that is my next Apple Circle as CEO, new CEO. I've never been in a position like this. Is trying to figure out what we got these the youth that are really struggling that don't have any kind of connection to anything to our program, and meet them where they're at and see what people are interested in.
Thank you very much. I'm always amazed at somebody who speaks both languages and is multilingual. It always makes yeah. Thank you. Can you turn on the microphone? I'm supposed to say all the stupid stuff before I turn the microphone. At any rate, and one comment I will make, and it always kind of saddens me, so I actually live up in the mountains in Estes Park. So the whole conversation we have about trees and nature, et cetera, I certainly identify with that. It's a wonderful place to live and very, very invigorating to have that much nature around you, et cetera. And so protecting it is certainly important. And then that comment I'll make on the last discussion. So I actually live in Estes Park in Mexico as well. So I have a home in Mexico. And I speak Spanish. I don't speak 12 languages, whatever our other speaker has spoken. And it always saddens me when I hear people say, oh, we want to assimilate, to the point of giving up our culture and our heritage. And It's a wonderful culture. It's an amazing, diverse culture that I love living there. So I spent about 6 months a year there. So anyway, very lucky to be able to do that. At any rate, okay, our next speaker, I believe, we have a transition for me. Somebody heard my stomach growl, so they gave me a few minutes to go out and grab a cookie and something to eat, so which I appreciate. But I think it's Larry, you're up next, great. Okay, so Larry Sherwood is the president and CEO of Interstate Renewable Energy Council. Has over 45 years of experience with renewable energy projects, nonprofits. Interstate Renewable Energy Council, popularly known as IREC, has made clean energy possible for millions of Americans through cutting-edge solutions that advance renewable energy, electric grid modernization, energy efficiency, and it's striving for rapid adoption of clean energy, energy efficiency to benefit the people, the economy, our planet, and I this gives me any bonus points with you, but I came in an electric car and I charged it last night from 10 kilowatts of solar panels, or yesterday, not last night, but yesterday. So I certainly would be looking for this. At any rate, we'll play the AV, I guess, and then invite Larry up. So Larry, thank you.
We are happy to welcome Larry Sherwood, a distinguished leader in the renewable energy field, as a speaker at TALTalks. Larry serves as the president and CEO of the Interstate Renewable Energy Council, known as IREC, where he has amassed over 45 years of experience in advancing clean energy solutions. IREC, under Larry's visionary guidance, has been at the forefront of enabling clean energy access for millions of Americans. Their innovative solutions drive progress in renewable energy, electric grid modernization, and energy efficiency, benefiting people, the economy, and our planet. Larry's unwavering dedication to developing solar and renewable energy sources has made him a highly respected figure in the industry. He believes that renewables hold the key to solving many of our energy challenges and should be implemented safely for the benefit of consumers. Join us at TALTalks to hear Larry Sherwood share his insights and the transformative impact of REC's work.
Oh, I don't know. Yes.
Audio.
Yeah.
Have you had
Thank
any
you
complaints
all.
about audio?
Very nice and a pleasure to be here. I'm going to talk to you about my journey and what I have learned to make change, and my change is bringing solar energy to the world. My story starts 50 years ago this fall. 50 years ago this fall, there was another Israeli conflict, and the United States was involved in that. And it's because of that conflict and the United States' support of Israel, Saudi Arabia and other Arab oil producing countries cut off exports of oil to the United States. You can't exactly see here, but the gas pumps say out of gas. There was not enough energy to run our economy, and when there was gas available, there were really long lines of people to get gas. At that time, I was a college student in rural New England. New England heated its buildings almost exclusively with fuel oil. And so when oil was not available, that was a problem for heating businesses in New England. The college I attended had 2 trucks this size that drove up every day in the wintertime to supply fuel oil. But since fuel oil was in short supply, my college closed for a week of the
return to save oil. So at that time, I was just like, there has to be a better solution to powering our economy. And I thought that better solution was solar energy. I read books about solar energy. There were probably 5 books at that time. I took the one class at my university on solar energy, and then when I graduated, I looked for a job in solar energy. At that time, there were just a few companies, a few people. There was this directory of everybody who was involved in solar energy. It was really thin, that directory. I called all those people, and eventually I got a job as a Vista volunteer, which was my generation's version of AmeriCorps, and I worked for the New Mexico Solar Energy Association. My job there was to help low-income people in New Mexico with do-it-yourself solar projects that they could do on their own houses. And at that time, there was no installations of solar electricity or photovoltaics. The only uses of photovoltaics were in space. It was so expensive, you could not use it on the Earth down here. And so what we worked on were passive solar buildings. So these 2 houses use the energy of the sun that comes in through those windows to heat the houses. And the other picture here is of people building a solar greenhouse attached to a building. These, we did many barn raising workshops for great do-it-yourself projects. The solar greenhouse both helped heat the house and it provided a space to grow vegetables in the cold New Mexico winter. While there, I met many wonderful people. These are 2 of my colleagues, Anne and Michael, who we had dinner with last year. But there were many smart people that went through that organization, partly because many were Vista volunteers, but also just people changing jobs. I felt that the future of solar energy was going to be much more successful if we could be much more long-term, stay with organizations longer and make an impact. So I learned at that point that in order to make change, you have to have a long-term commitment. From there, I went to work for the New England Solar Energy Association. I did similar work to what I was doing in New Mexico, except I was doing it for professionals. So I worked with builders, with architects, with engineers, with material suppliers to help them incorporate solar into their building projects. And I was funded with a government grant to do that work. When I was there, Ronald Reagan was elected president, and very quickly after he took office, he cut the federal solar budget by about 90%. My grant that funded my work there went away. At that point, I went to working half-time, and my organization changed educational activities that generated revenue and moved away from grant support. Then, a few years later, the tax credits that were supporting the solar industry went away, and installations went way down. The number of companies doing solar work went way down. Just the general economic flow around solar energy was really low at that time. So working for a nonprofit organization, it meant that there was just less money flowing in our world to support the organization. At this time, I became the CEO of this organization and really worked on a shoestring budget to make the organization be able to do our mission. I then became the executive director of the American Solar Energy Society, which was the parent organization of both the New Mexico and New England organizations that I had. When I arrived at ACES, I had a desk filled with bills. I had all these bills to pay. I had no money in the bank. And so I had to work on raising money and putting that organization on strong financial footing. We did that, and we created a number of programs that are still running today. We created a magazine called Solar Today magazine. We ran a national conference. Next year's version will be the 53rd annual version of this conference. When I worked there, it was the financial engine that helped the organization be successful. And while I worked there, we created a national solar home tour that allowed anybody in the country to have a house, a solar building that was near to them that they could go tour and see what solar was like. I worked at ACES for 13 years, so there was staying for a long time to have an impact, and that's what I did. I left ACES in 2001, and at that time I formed a consulting company, but I was still working a lot in the nonprofit sector. I became the executive director of the Small Wind Certification Council, which certified the performance of wind turbines, so consumers knew exactly how they worked. And I was the administrator of the Solar America Board for Codes and Standards, which brought together different stakeholders to work on building codes and other issues that were slowing the installation of solar energy. At that time, I started working as a consultant for the Interstate Renewable Energy Council. I ran some education programs. I edited a newsletter. I wrote an annual report on market plan for solar energy. And then in 2016, I became the CEO of Iron. And since I've been the CEO, I've merged the organization with another organization that had similar vision of what it was doing, the Solar Foundation, and so the Solar Foundation and IREC merged roughly doubling the size of the organization. And with other opportunities that we built over this period, have seen a big growth in employees and budget and impact of what we can do. Um, so over all these years, we've seen tremendous growth in clean energy technologies. We've seen tremendous decrease in the cost of these technologies. And with the Inflation Reduction Act and other government programs, there are robust incentives and other programs promoting clean energy projects all over the country. However, there still are problems and barriers to installing these. And these are four of the really big barriers today: interconnection, permitting, getting workers to do the work of installing and designing systems, and then international trade, manufacturing, supply chain. How do we get the actual products to be able to use that? And I am proud to say that IREC works on 3 of the 4 of the really big problems that are out there today. Interconnection is the connecting of a solar or clean energy generating system to the electric grid. So in general, you want the solar electricity that's being generated to be able to flow in to the electric grid. And in order to make that connection, you have to get a permit, and you have to make sure that the system is compatible with the grid and isn't causing any safety problems. What's happening now is that the number of systems that are in line to get connected is growing really, really fast. And the time that it takes to get connected is growing fast, which means often 4 or 5 years to connect a system. And the cost of connecting is also growing really fast. Those are all big problems. IREC develops solutions to those problems and has rules that state regulatory commissions can adopt. And we have attorneys and engineers who work at those regulatory bodies to get those rules adopted. In order to make a clean energy future possible and take advantage of all these government incentives, we're going to need millions of more clean energy workers. And we all know that in today's economy, it's many companies, many fields are having trouble attracting the workers that they need. So IREC has created a program called Green Workforce Connect, which connects job seekers with training programs, connects training programs with employers, so the skills that are being taught are the real skills that people need for their jobs. And through these connections and these programs, creating a robust pipeline of workers who can power this clean energy future. We run a program called SoulSmart, which designates communities as being solar friendly. There are a number of different aspects to that, but one is permitting and making sure that communities have efficient permitting systems, fast permitting systems, and we work with communities to help them set up these efficient permitting, zoning, other programs, and then we designate them as a Soul Smart community. We have designated over 500 communities across the country and designate about 100 new communities each year. So over my career, looking at the advances of solar energy, I feel that it is really important to have a long-term commitment, a long-term vision to make change, not to be beaten down or discouraged when times are tough, when money is challenging to raise, but to keep that long-term vision and to work to make the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've had two homes that I've been lucky enough to have big solar installations. The very first one was in California. It was like a no-brainer from a financial standpoint. It was 80 cents per kilowatt hour. So you got a financial payback in like 3 years or something, literally a year. And it was completely paid for. I remember vividly, at the time we had a mechanical electric meter, before they put the smart meter in. I remember standing looking at my mechanical electric meter and watching them backwards. And think, this is what it's made in the world. Making more energy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so our next speaker is Jeffrey Lowry, President and Supervisor of Hope Mountain Behavioral Health. Hope Mountain is a group of passion-driven counseling professionals committed to providing help when there is no accessible mental health services. Hope Mountain is compassionate, service-oriented for mental health reform, prioritizing the underserved populations, and listen to the kid. Jeffrey, this is kind of close to my heart. My daughter's a certified counselor and psychologist in both in private industry and for the state of, well, that's an interesting thought. The state of Oregon in some really, really nasty family-related issues. So a lot of respect for this. Should we play the AV?
Jeffrey Mowry, the president and supervisor of Hope Mountain Behavioral Health, is a true champion of mental health reform. His unwavering commitment to providing accessible mental health services to the underserved population is inspiring. Under Jeffrey's visionary leadership, Hope Mountain is a beacon of compassion and service-oriented care, filling the critical gaps in mental health support where it's needed most.
Okay, yeah, kind of talk soft. I'll probably get louder as I get more passionate. Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and I appreciate your daughter. What she's doing is great, and this is why I'm up here for mental health care workers. So I'm going to do something a little different because I bore myself. My wife says I'm pretty boring, so I want to try, and I am pretty boring actually. So I want to split the room up. Half of you, I want you. Is that okay? Sure. And I want you to say, "We can," when I point at you, and the other half will split from you, young lady, that you're this half, and everyone else say, "Do better." Can we do that? Let's try it. We can? We can. Do better. Okay, so we're talking about mental health here. It started for me in 2006. You guys don't know me, so I'll tell you a little backstory. I struggled severely with social phobia, with agoraphobia. I couldn't look people in the eyes like I'm looking at you right now. And the first thing I did is I went to a colleges. And I said, hey, I can't get a job. I can't even look at people. I can't keep friends. He looked at me. He gave this book to me. It said something about staying tall as a man. And then he said, but you're good looking, Jeff. How in the world do you have problems with people? And I took my wallet out like this. I took his check out, $150. Looked at his feet. Oh, when I was coming out here. I looked at his PhD and I said, is that what you learned at PhD school? And I threw it. Sorry for that. And I walked out of the room. I said, one day I'm going to come back and I'm going to do this. But I'm at PhD school now, so I'm kind of hope that doesn't happen with me. And then the second thing happened. Let's see, it was actually when I was 46. I was on the streets. I had been homeless for a couple of years at this time, and I went to try to get therapy. And they told me, you have a therapist. I tried really hard. I know I got mental health problems. I know if somebody I could just talk to them. I can tell them what I'm going through. If I could tell them and they could listen, maybe this human contact would do something for me. Sure, we got psychotherapy for you. So I went and I sat down 5 minutes. I didn't bring a bus ticket. The lady handed me a bus ticket. And I said, thanks a lot, I appreciate that. And I said, when am I supposed to get therapy? And that was it, young man. So I left. And I went back to John 3:16. It was the whole place for the homeless again. I was living on the streets. And they kicked you out at 5:30 in the morning. And so you can see a guy like me, I went and slept on the concrete. I forgot to say we can do better. I'm going to say it in a second. I went and slept on the concrete with this black bag here. Put my head on it. That's what I did. Hopefully, where's the camera? Maybe right here. Next time, I'm going to make sure it's recorded. So I laid down, and I thought about that day before. Man, if I can't get help, how any of us homeless people will get out of this? And I laid there again because I'm pretty lazy in the morning. And I said, you know what? I'm going to be the one to do it. You, one day I'm coming back. And this time I'm going to be the PhD guy. This time I'm going to give you real help. I'm not going to give you just a butt. I'm bringing help to you. Guess what? I'm fast forwarding. Oh, let's do it. We can? We can. Do better. Yeah. Fast forward. Just to let you know a little bit about what we're doing. Because, I didn't really make my speech about it. I wanted to speak from my heart like I mean that. We have given thousands and thousands of dollars away free therapy. Probably hundreds of sessions or more of free therapy to people that need professional therapy. They normally cost $200. But we're continuing to do. I have an admin team that's killing us. We're getting grant after grant after grant. I can't give this therapy anymore. Back in time. Take it. Because it's there. It's not just for the people on the streets, it's for everybody. Anybody struggling with any kind of anything mental health wise, relationship issues, it's there for you. So yeah, and to get to that place, I kind of fast forward, but I want to tell you about 2 events that happened for me that changed my life. Well, actually, I didn't think it was not. I'm sorry. My wife's there at me. This bucket. There's another part. So when it all changed, I was homeless and I was on my way to end my life. And I had enough. I said, no more of this. I can't be homeless anymore. It's too difficult. So I went on this bus and I was going towards my last destination where I would end my life. The bus broke down, thankfully. And across the street, me and another houseless homeless gentleman, we were looking and it said Tulsa Day Center, or it actually said Tulsa Center for Behavioral Health, for people that have suicidal and homicide. And we both looked at each other and said, we're at least one of those. So we ran across, and I said this for 8 hours. I was pretty deep. And I thought, I didn't say anything. I just stared at them. And they said, are you suicidal? I said, and they kept. And when I got in there, I was 127 pounds. I was crusty, I was nasty, my hair was all raggy. I think because I didn't talk and they didn't know what else to do, they didn't send me into a shower and they took me into janitorial closet. Made me strip down. I stand there like this. They put the bars of soap on me. I'm doing it myself. They're like, do it. And they sprayed it down with water hose. Then got to change. None of that. So we got to do better. So we can.
We can.
That's what they're doing. But after that, so I'm trying to lose my notes on this going. There were two events. After this event, I thought I'm going to die if we get out of this place. I cannot take this anymore. And something kept happening. First thing happened, this guy named Jimmy, Jimmy Donut Man, he came into my room when we were writing notes. He said, Jack, guess what? You just done the hat, man. I said, really, Jimmy? What? He said, because we had a full diagnosis. And you stay. And I don't know what happened. Oh, same thing. I can't stand showing my dog kind of so I said the rivers, the spiders under my old grandmother's and all these things. I'm missing most of my teeth. You can't hear it. I can't. And then someone came in, I knew Jimmy at a real time. We found a program in the city of Missouri for you. It's called Housing. It's that. I'm in bed. Doesn't look straight up. What are you doing? We went 156 men, one bedroom. And I lived in the basement with people who just got out of prison, people who had to get a job, and they forced you to go to AA, which thankfully saved my life. But you have to remember, on the streets, this skin color doesn't hold up too well. I had a lot of experience with people that weren't my skin color that hurt me just because of my skin color. So when I was going to AA, there was this black gentleman who saved my life. He would look at me, and I thought, man, this man wants to hurt me, or he's attracted me, what's going on? My mind was all twisted from being on the streets. You can probably see what I'm talking, just really twisted. But then I had to walk 2 hours to get to my job because again, there's one van, 156 people. I worked at General Mills. It's 2 degrees outside in Webb City, Missouri. I'm walking like this, and this guy pulls up next to me. He says, "Get in the car, boy." This was exactly like I talked to him. You had a t-shirt on. And I can't walk. 2 hours, did that for what? 4 times he did that. He said, "Boy, get in trouble. You're crazy, my boy." And I said, "Yeah, you right." But I got it. 2 hours. So he took me back to his house. Introduced me to his little kid. It's this time. And he introduced me to his wife. Doesn't know me from Adam. And I'm in this white t-shirt. And he says, "Man, pick a coat out of my front." And so I said, "Well, I went to pick one." And there was this old jersey. It wasn't really warm. It was just kind of the way I felt about myself. I felt tattered, worn. I didn't matter. I wasn't working with things, so I pulled that stuff. And he put it back. He goes, "No, man, you don't want that." So he's got off his bag. Put it on me. Put it on me. I left that house. No longer racist. I left that house. No longer feeling like I was doing nothing. Left that house with hope. And I'm tell you, that's what we're trying to do now for the people we serve. I will tell you too, it's going to take all of us. It's going to take a load of us to do this. It's going to take us taking our coats off to help the people that we see out in the streets. Just our, your daughter's kid, her patient. And your brother, your sister, it's going to take us taking our own coat off, the own work that we have, and being willing to put it on somebody else. Just so that we may be cold for a minute, but that so somebody else can have the future like we're going to have. Because when I'm sitting at home, I'm so happy to have a house, I can pay the mortgage, I have a beautiful wife that has crazy but good kids, I love them, and I get to sit here in front of you all and look at you and try to make sure you don't fall asleep. That is a huge privilege. I used to be out here, get fed on, all these things, and now here I am. And I'm here because I believe I have a message for you all. And the message is simple. The answer is not difficult. It's difficult. It's simple and difficult at the same time, but it's hard to do. We have to be willing to be cold for it. So, and then there's one other event I want to mention that drives me and that I feel like I am indebted to this person. I had open heart surgery at 37, 10 years ago. I died of the they didn't. But this man gave me 3 awards. And it was because I was working with homeless. So what I'm doing right now is also fulfilling that. I'm paying my debt to that man and man who gave me the code. So yeah, we have a lot of grants. I want to tell you a quick story, actually. Yeah, so what we're doing now ties to all of that, and we're able to just push these things forward. And we'd love you to get involved with Cold Mountain. We've done homeless outreach. We, again, like I said, we have a lot of these grants. If you know therapists that can be a part of it, please send them away. We have so many stories of people getting better. We can tell you millions, but I can tell you right now, as we speak, somebody is getting the help that is aims to do. Wonderful staff, wonderful team. Yeah, that's what I want to say is please support us, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. Very amazing story, pretty incredible. It is a very, very interesting quote protection. Yeah. Really, very fulfilling, very good. Yeah. And a lot of respect for it. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, all right. Well, we're so the size of my paper, we're in the home special. I have found this.
Do you know how many more speakers? 8 more. 8 more. 2 hours.
Experience. Okay, the next speaker we're going to, is it Noreen? Noreen? Yep. What's that?
Jack Briggs.
Noreen?
Nope. No, Jack Briggs.
What's that?
Jack Briggs.
Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, so homelessness, poverty, these things sound connected. Really complex and very challenging. Why Springs Rescue Mission doesn't just part of the problem, but instead takes a holistic approach to make this lives perfect. Springs Rescue Mission focuses on 3 pillars of life to achieve this: housing, health, and work. Daily Springs Rescue Mission serves assisting clients with food, shelter, medical assistance, addiction recovery, and job skills training in safe and hospitable environment. So we'll welcome Jack Briggs. We'll show your AV and then welcome Jack to the team.
Ladies and gentlemen, meet Jack Briggs, the president of Springs Rescue Mission, a shining beacon of hope in the face of homelessness, poverty, and addiction. Springs Rescue Mission adopts a comprehensive approach, addressing the multifaceted challenges faced by individuals in need. With a steadfast focus on 3 pillars, housing, health, and work, Springs Rescue Mission provides daily support to over 600 clients, offering essential services such as food, shelter, medical assistance, addiction recovery, and job skills training. All of this takes place within a safe and welcoming environment. Today, Jack Briggs shares his insights into the life-transforming work of Springs Rescue Mission, an organization organization that offers hope and holistic support to those in need, with the ultimate goal of creating a path to a brighter and more promising future. Join us in extending a warm welcome to Mr.
President and CEO of Spring Breast Mission in Colorado Springs. And I don't know if the TALTalk folks knew that they were going to put me right after Hope Mountain, but it's fortuitous, and I'll get to that in just a second. Today, I'm going to talk to you about what we do at Spring Breast Mission, what we do in Colorado Springs, and I'm going to focus on three big principles. But before I get there, I have to answer the question that everybody asks me when they find out that I work with homelessness. And that question is this: Jack, when I pull up to the stoplight and there's somebody with a sign, what do I do? And I know why people ask that question. They ask that question because they feel guilty. They have something and they feel like the person they see doesn't, and that creates guilt. But I have to be honest. Guilt is about us, not them. It's something that we're trying to make go away. So the answer to the question, what do I do, is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you give them something. It doesn't matter if you don't give them something. So I'm going to say something radical here. You could ignore it. And I could reach your license plate number down and go to the DMV and find out who you are. On the other hand, what you could do is roll down your window and ask them their name. No one ever asks a homeless person their name. And when they respond with Andy or caveman or cowboy, say, no, my name's Jack. What's your name? And at some point, they might actually answer you. My name's Mary. And you can say, it's nice to meet you, Mary. I hope you have an okay day. And then the night's going to change and you can go out. On the other hand, if there's enough time, you can say, you know what, I noticed on your sign that you're hungry, or I noticed that there's something else that you need. Have you thought about going to a rescue mission? Or have you thought about trying to see services there? Now, I'm pointing this out because it's our first principle. And the first principle is this. When I give my name to somebody else and they give them their name back to me, that's a transaction. And everything, and I mean everything. On the street, in prison, drug dealers, prostitution, gangs, everything is a transaction. So if you just give something to somebody on the street, what you're doing is you're setting up a power. The thing is, I'm going to give you something. And in the context of the psychology of the streets, that kind of means I owe you something because I am worth less than you. So what we try to do at the rescue mission is we try to take this idea of transactions and turn it for good. So at the rescue mission, one of the first things we do when you first come to us is we do our very first transaction. Anybody know what that is? You got it. We ask them their name. Now, why is that a transaction for us? Because if you give us your name, I can find out if you've been to I can find out if you've been arrested for something or if you've been kicked out of another shelter. There's a system that we can go into to see that. But what it's really about is trust. Because you can still come in. We're going to trust you enough to come in. Just the light, need, the staff, for low barrier mission. But it doesn't stop there. Another the shelter area at 7 o'clock in the morning. If you're only using our shelter and our food, your breakfast is at 8 o'clock. And it's an oatmeal breakfast with fruit and coffee and muffins and those. And people complain about that. They're like, Jack, why don't you get oatmeal and why do you have to wait it? It's kind of designed. First of all, oatmeal's good for you to wake up. But I know how to get a 7 o'clock in the morning egg and bacon breakfast. You need some egg and bacon breakfast. You go over to our resource center and you talk to one of our counselors. Let's do it physically. Let's see if you've got something that's holding back this mentally behavioral health. You do that, you have earned because you've done something in the transaction.
an AMA practice. It's short for everything. There are a variety of other things we do. They're based on our second principle. And the second principle is incentives. Starting off with transactions, we're talking about incentives. So on the street, if you give something to somebody at a street corner, you are incentivizing them to come back there. Why? Because that's where they got stuff. So like the next day, like, when I some stuff, I don't back to that street corner because that's where that maybe, just maybe, you might be renting for a first cage. So here are some examples of some of the transactional incentives that we have. We take pets. In fact, I like to say that I'm the only pet shelter in town in Colorado Springs that take owners. People like to donate pets. Screw pets out. So anyway, the transaction there is if you'll take care of your pet, we'll provide a safe shelter for your pet. Because that's the only thing that has loved you. If you're on the street, you better stay outside and freeze. They come in. That's the transaction. You see this open space. We have a no sit fly ordinance in Colorado. That means a lot of people can come in and clean up areas. But you don't have any place to go. But you can always come to the rescue mission. You're always open, and you can sit and lie all day in safety. We moved our limits. We went from 35% to 45%. Why? Because we provide safety and security. You can sit and lie all day. You can leave whenever you want. You're not going to get hurt. You're not going to get robbed. You're not going to get abused. Go to the bottom right, you see the dentist. Now, previous speaker talked about teeth and feet. So we have a transactional relationship with a dental provider to help you with your teeth. What do they have? They can bill Medicare. Right? So there's a transaction there. The incentive is you get better at it. The last one are these red lockers. So when you come to the rescue mission initially, they're going to store your stuff in storage area. But you only get access to it twice a day, evening and morning. So you can drop your stuff off in the evening and pick it up in the morning. But if you get into our program and you start to progress, I'll trade you that storage area for your own locker. And you can get your own stuff whenever you want to get it. Why? Because if we can build transactional activity with people where they get agency to make decisions for themselves, they start to rekindle the very, very dull embers of worth. You heard the previous speaker talk about worth and his assessment of his own worth. I'm here to tell you that we have been rewarding people where they begin to buy into their own recovery when we build their worth back up. We don't give it to them, we just help them recognize it. So I want to tell you about Thomas. Thomas was out in one of our cleanups in Colorado Springs. And the police said, hey, tomorrow we're coming through and we're going to clean it up. So he came to the rescue mission. Thomas is a great example because 18 months after he came to the rescue, he was an addict and a dealer. He was clean, back with his family, had a job with the city, and wanted to come back and work out for us. But we have a rule: take work 6 months somewhere else, and then you can come back and work for us. Because you got to know that you can make it. It's not us; it's you. You're the one who has work. You have the ability to do that. You want to go back first? We want it. It's because it's awesome. We don't do this alone. And this is what's so important about this conversation today. Because all of us are kind of in this world together. We don't do this alone. So the campus, we started in 1996. Today we're about 14 acres, and we have what's called a resource center. We have over 50 partners who have occupied space in our resource center at certain times during the week so that they can provide services to clients. We don't have to be the answer to every big issue. And you know who one of the partners is? The folks you just heard from. They help us with our behavioral assessments. Now, why is it important to do this? Because in communities, when you bring services to one spot, the clients will come to one spot to get those services. And the more clients that come, the more programs that want to be there because there's more clients, because there's more, we start to build a flywheel of support for each other. We don't have to be the specialists in behavioral assessment. We just help out. We just provide them the opportunity. Now, there are many cities in the country today about the same size as Colorado Springs, 700 to 800,000, that have one street each night. And they have such a problem, they're past the tipping. They can't address individual needs. They have to do it in the aggregate. So they say, okay, we're just gonna build a big place for people to sleep and a big place for people to eat. That is not gonna solve the problem. You have to get to something where you can address problems individually, because everybody's individual. We can't do this in the aggregate. We gotta do it individually. And so we have service providers that do that. Now, our service providers come in all kinds of flavors. They're hard working in this. But sometimes people ask me this, hey, Jack, you guys are a faith-based organization. I don't know if we can work with you. Let me ask you this one. Do you think people have work? So everybody says yes. I said, okay, we agree. I agree that that person has work. If we may disagree with how that work comes about, that's important. What's important is we just decided to agree. So the question is, are we brave enough to work together right now as one country, one thing out that one? And you can say, yes. And they realize we're okay, and we realize they're okay. And we start to do stuff together to help people. That's what we're about. So the challenge, the call to action, if you will, for you all. What do you do today, right now, in this room? I'm going to give you some advice. Don't try to change the world. You cannot change the world. I'm just going to tell you, okay? The advice is that be a positive influence in the 3 feet around you all day long. That's all you got to do. A positive influence in the 3 feet around you all day long. So that's my challenge to each one of you today. Is try that for the rest of the day until you go to bed. Keep thinking, well, that one guy, he said 3 feet, 3 feet, 3 feet. Can I be a positive influence to the waitress? Or can I be a positive influence to the person who just cut me off? Can I be a positive influence to that person that I never met? They might need some help. They might need my encouragement. Did that, we could probably change the world. So on today's the 13th of October, on the 8th of November, our book is coming out. We're writing a book. We wrote it, and then they put it in this cup. And this book, called Meeting Homelessness with Hope, expounds on my 3 big principles: transaction, incentives, and partnerships. Right? Those 3 things together. Because if we can do transactions, incentives, and partnerships together, positive influence the 3 feet around us all day long. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very impactful. Okay, next up is going to be the director of the Institute. Katie has effectively incorporated meditation into work, encouraging professionals to embrace meditations for their daily routines. Also advocated for the IFC framework. I think that's the movie you heard about. The institution for artless institute. Katie is a living artist. His art is auctioned by nonprofit organizations, trustees, and children.
Sorry, man.
Narine Keeney is widely admired for his role as a meditation trainer and his significant contributions to the practice of heartfulness meditation. He is renowned for introducing the 5C framework, a core concept of the Heartfulness Institute, which offers valuable guidance to those striving for greater balance and integration in their lives. Through his work, Narain Kini has effectively integrated heartfulness meditation into the corporate world, inspiring professionals to incorporate meditation into their daily routines. The 5C framework, championed and firmly grounded in the principles of the Heartfulness Institute, empowers individuals to find contentment, gain clarity in their thoughts, maintain a calm and focused disposition, confront uncertainties with courage, and foster compassion for themselves and others. Furthermore, Narain Kini is a prolific artist whose work is sought after by nonprofit organizations for auction, proceeds benefiting charitable causes. His artistic journey has earned extensive recognition, and his creations have been prominently featured in various magazines and articles, underscoring his multifaceted talents and unwavering commitment to positively influence both the art world and society at large. Join us at TALTalks to listen to the powerful words of Narain.
First of all, before I start, from the core of my heart, I want to convey immense respect and gratitude to all the speakers who spoke before me and the ones who will speak after me. Thank you very much. It is when hearts like this come together, profound changes happen and transformation happens. And hence, gratitude to a forum like TALTalks, bring us all together. A little bit of rubbing each other in some form or shape, our hearts will transform many more hearts. That's the hope. I think the positioning of the talk is appropriate. It's almost like you send a consolidator after several speakers and say, try to bring everything that they said together into one talk and let's see if you can do that. And none of us rehearsed, I assure you that much. But probably you will see a glimpse of everybody's talk in what I'm about to present. I am a volunteer of the Heartfulness Institute. We saw significant impact on people. I think it got an X factor during COVID. When you really look into it, what we saw was people went to work to earn a living and brought back home stress. Not a fair exchange. Then they said, in order to overcome this stress, I have to leave my family time, which is exactly the time I can overcome my stress, and go to some third place, either a therapist or a meditation center, or some kind of an activity that takes me away from my family. We thought we should shift that paradigm for corporate America. And the shift we wanted to do was take the solution to the problem. Not request the problem to go to the solution, and each time the solution is different. So what you see here is the world headquarters of Heartfulness Institute, which is very close to the city of Hyderabad. This is the world's largest meditation center. At that time, we can have 100,000 people meditate together. And I have been a part of such a meditation experience. There is pin drop silence. I want to now do an inside out scenario. Everybody works hard. We go get our education, we find the right jobs. Throughout the process, we have this struggle for existence, survival of the fittest, and eventually we come out. And we are looking at a ladder of this sort. Because all through our childhood, college, and also our workplace, we have been measured with a metric system, and we are ranked accordingly. It continues when we get into the career, and then family life. So all of our adulthood, we've used what we call a reference sheet, right from our childhood, onto our adulthood, onto our professional lives. Guess what are we going to pass on? The baton we're going to hand over is not worth passing on. Like this in the valley, if you're first in a rat race, you're still a rat. So is that race worth running? Is the fundamental question we ask. So then how do we do that? Do we change the nature or the format of the race? Or do we try to adapt a different system? Each of the speakers before us has given us something to take up. If you leave this forum remembering a few code words that can change all of your lives. So I leave 5 C's with you. Simple and easy. And pay close attention. Each of the C's has been mentioned by the prior speakers. You just have to dig in deep inside your heart and see, did you find a place for it? Or it was just a word that just happened to sneak past? If it has, this is an opportunity for you to grab it and tuck it deep inside your heart because it's going to come handy. Not tomorrow, the next moment of your life. We believe through meditation, inner peace can be developed. Just like we say, we want to change the world one talk at a time at TALTalks. We want to transform lives one heart at a time. The process is simple. The Institute has been around for over 100 years. We don't market, we don't promote until recently when the youth started saying, this is the day of the social media, what are you guys trying to do word of mouth here? Let's impact more. That's when we started saying, okay, let the youth run these programs. Second, there are 160 plus countries. 100% free of charge. We will never charge for any of our sessions. We have touched universities, schools, hospitals, corporations, and we have touched rural of the rural villages across the globe. Our idea is to extend this whole business about don't give a fish but teach them fishing into why don't we arm the next generation with tools to manage their mental, physical, emotional, social, and spiritual health. Everything else will fall in place. Like one of our speakers said, you never know if this disaster is going to hit your home. But when it hits, do you know how to deal with it? Do you have all the tools? That's what is going to matter. I want to also connect it with meditation. What are these 5 C's? I'm going to let out a secret. All the indications of the prior speakers was the home of answers for all the questions is in the heart. Our heart is not just a pumping station. It is also a phenomenal center that we have not tapped into. One of the prior speakers spoke about the wisdom behind the ancient scriptures. Why does one meditate on the heart? The heart has these energy centers. Each center awakens the seed in you. First, this whole concept about contentment against having desires. We mistake all these words for something else. We think without ambition one cannot make a living. Ambition is about comparing yourself with the next door neighbor or your friend or your colleague or your classmate. Aspiration is what we need to seek. Aspiration is for me to become a better human than I was yesterday, to become a better engineer, better doctor, better professional, better friend than I was yesterday. In this rat of comparing ourselves with the next one, we don't actually set a high standards for ourselves. We don't unleash our own potentials. We are constrained by the benchmark that we have set for ourselves. The next C is about calmness. Irrespective of the situation, the energy center for calmness is within us, but we seek for it outside. Let me go spend this Sunday at that place where everybody gets together nicely dressed and I will find calmness. You will. I'm not saying no. What about the 30 minutes after that? So let's build the center of calmness within ourselves, develop it, cultivate it, nurture it, and use it. The next C I'm going to talk about is compassion, not sympathy. Compassion. I'm not a strong believer of non-violence, I'll be honest with you. What does non-violence mean? I will not commit any violence. What about people on whom the violence is committed? Are you going to just leave them by the wayside? What is going to be your response to that? Compassion addresses both. So compassion and empathy is far more potent than trying to sign off as I'm a non-violent human being. So compassion comes in there. Compassion, many a time, again, gets displaced with passion. Corporate America is all about passion. If you follow your passion, if you're passionate about this, you can achieve your goals. Now, combine compassion and passion, see the outcome. You will find a more benevolent outcome than otherwise. So it won't be about dollars and cents, it will be about hearts and minds. And you see in corporations around us, the ones hosting us here today, trying to demonstrate that day in and day out. But we mistake them to be corporations trying to give us a job. Look deeper, search within, and you'll find the combination at play. Let's look at the other aspect about courage. We spoke about that. We all have choices. Many speakers before me could have buckled under the pressure and the circumstances they followed. But it took immense courage. And when corporations and organizations stand with them and give them a little bit of a nudge and support, that courage can be unleashed. And they'll be on their own very soon. So why not give them those tools? Now the last one is very interesting. It's clarity. What is clarity contributing for these things? Are you connected with that vision thing that we spoke about? Think deeply. When you walked into this room, you had several choices of where to sit. Did you examine how long it took for you to find a chair? Just when you're about to sit, you found another chair. And you said, maybe I'm better off there. Then you said, oh, there's nobody there. Maybe I'm better off here. Then you saw all empty chairs in the front and said, maybe I should go there. Then your mind said, nah, everybody will watch you. You sit down here. Life is all about decisions. Through a simple practice of spending 25 to 30 minutes in meditation, any form, anything that's easy for you. We suggest heartfulness meditation because it is simple, it's on the heart, it's free, it's available all over the globe, it is guided. You have trainers all across the world. Use that. Watch the clarity that comes. What happens when you develop clarity in decision making? Imagine. Time expands. Your 8-hour days get accomplished in 4 hours, and you'll sit there wondering, I just got 4 more hours, what do I do? Give it back, pay it forward. Then you'll see you have a lot of time for NGOs, non-profits, and you can happily have a profession as well. And guess what? Your performance in the organization is going to come with its own X factor because you've learned to give. And give your time, your effort, your energy, and do it so unconditionally. Now I want to switch over to another topic because there are thoughts, and I've heard conversations outside by the water fountain. Why are these guys talking about all this? Why are they doing all this? What is in it for them? Now we spend a lot of time checking each other out for our outfits, for what we wear, and I'm certain all of us also spend few seconds, if not a lot, microseconds, thinking, is this appropriate? I certainly send an email saying, is this business casual or business formal? Please tell me. So we did pay attention to how we are going to look at an event. I want to propose something. Have we been mindful of what we are thinking? What if we had a negative thought? We grew a few extra gray hair. Every time I wanted to do something unjust for someone, I developed a few wrinkles on my face. Would I still do that? Let's think about it. Because it is going to transform the way we look at the world. And we seldom pause to think about these things. Our ability and availability to look at ourselves in the mirror has stolen the time to look within. And if we take the first 30 minutes of the day to look within, it's amazing. You will never have to look your heart is going to glow so bright, everybody is going to look at you as the most beautiful, most handsome person they've ever met. That is the beauty about investing in your own self and trying to change yourself internally with all these qualities that develop. Now, you're not going to say, today's meditation I'm going to develop compassion. No, magical thing is all the seeds get cultivated. Deeper impression and people remember. There was this old farmer in Iowa. I believe they have a contest as to who grows the best corn. Every year, this farmer used to win the first place. So a journalist goes to him and says, "What is so magical about your corn?" He says, "Well, I do what I do." Then he says, "I found out the secret, but I don't know why." So he says, "What is the secret you found out?" "I believe you give away your corn to your neighbors. Aren't you worried next time they'll get the prize?" He says, "When the corn ripens, the wind blows it, and the pollen goes this way or that way. I can't predict the wind. But if I share the best seeds with my neighbors, guess what happens? When the wind blows, both of us are safe. And the harvest is the best." Now, after this, if my neighbor gets the award next time, I'll be more than happy. Because he's going to convey the gratitude that I gave him some seeds. That is why organizations that meet here spend the time. It is their seeds of corn that they are trying to share. Sow them where you want. Let the winds of compassion carry those seeds to many more hearts, touch many more lives. I think we can transform society like this. We just started in villages, corporate, schools, colleges. I want to give a simple case study of what we did at one corporation which does online business, starts with an A. 4 years back, we wanted to share because they came to us saying there are several employees that are stressed out. First time we went to share with them a talk like this, we had 15 people. Last quarter, I gave a talk because they were coming back to work post-COVID and there was more stress coming back to work. They were not used to it. 16,500 employees of their corporation are practicing meditation. One company, and to service them across, this is worldwide, they have got 3 sessions a week globally happening, all volunteers, nobody is paid for. And 62 people across this corporation globally have become trainers because it has changed their life. This is the big matter. Let's try and see how we can do our bit. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Because you have to share something about the organization and leaving some slides for you to reflect. Hopefully there are some takeaways. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, the next speaker is Tony Blake, an inspirational speaker, consultant, and author. She's also the founder of the Kindness Challenge. So we might practice to slow down. So Kindness Challenge is a movement that's aimed to create a group of kindness around the world in 2021. We began boldly touring the nation with her amazing tournaments, which I should see a picture of. And you're visiting 23 states in 145 days, traveling 15,000 miles. Tour continues straight as it's from in wisdom. Second, that takes the
Tony Blake, an embodiment of inspiration, radiates the essence of kindness and compassion. She is not merely a speaker, consultant, and author. She is the visionary founder of the Kindness Challenge, a unique movement to ignite a global ripple of kindness. In 2021, Tony embarked on an extraordinary journey, touring the nation with her Amazing tour bus. Covering 23 states in 135 days and traveling over 13,000 miles, she continued to spread her infectious smile and profound wisdom. Her presentation style is unparalleled, blending education with comedy, where laughter and learning go hand in hand. Tony's impact resonates through her research, published in national industry publications, and her extensive social media following. Tony Blake is not just an industry influencer. She's a remarkable advocate of positive change, inspiring people to be exceptional human beings. TALTalks 2023 welcomes Tony to share her vision for a kinder, more compassionate world.
Be part of igniting positive change in the world and being somebody that is helping other people to find a way to find their place in the world and make positive change happen. My program is called You Do You, okay? My program is all about you finding yourself, finding what is it you a very special person. When I was about 21 years old, I was diagnosed hyperkinetic. Apparently, my adrenal gland gets a little excited. And I remember the doctor saying to my mother, "How is it that you've managed this child?" And she used to love to tell everybody that my goal is just to keep her feet on the ground. And her feet. I think it's important for us to think about how have we been labeled in life? What have people said to you? Here you are, hashtag adulting, baby. It's your turn to ignite a change in the world. Which direction do you go? What is it that you're going to bring to this earth, to this planet, using your breath and your gift? And I had to use the quote from Albert Einstein because we cannot compare each other. He said, everyone is a genius. But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life thinking it's stupid. And I just think it's important that we don't look at each other and know, what have you been labeled as? And I want you today to think about erasing your label and getting a new label and say, this is what is in me. This is what I am capable of bringing to the world. And I used to say to my mom when she would say, let me hold your feet to the ground, I'd say, oh why can't I fly? The first time that I decided for butterfly wing on stage, my husband, who opposites track, right? He's like, what? You're gonna do what? I'm like, swinging, so that it's like changing, but I'm gonna say all the time. He's like, oh no, don't do that. And I started learning my ways, and I do some butterfly ways. Everyone that is in my audiences, and I was just going to do the awards banquet, and they had like a formal event that was coming up, and we said, oh, I laid up the black beaded gown, and we said, blue wings, and we're going to be beautiful with that. And my husband's like, you're going to wear your wings at the formal? I want to disappoint people. It's who I am. People think of me now as the butterfly lady. My tour bus was paved with butterflies. That's my butterfly tattoo. What is your brain? What is your identity? What is it that you're doing to put something in this earth that ignites other people's spirit, that blows on their ability to triumph, that gives them wings? Because my goal here today is to be wind beneath your wings. These are kind of Dr. Seuss, don't you think? These are a little Dr. Seuss-ish. I'm kind of digging it. They're brand new, I'm really feeling it. But I want you to celebrate in your spirit right now, because we know law of attraction that we start with celebrating our good by saying what it is that we possess, that we can share with the world. And find this time to redefine yourself and give yourself wings. Love butterflies don't make me happy now, they do it, okay? gonna go to my YouTube channel and hear it. But I had this amazing experience with the butterfly. And a lot of other people I talked to that have experiences with butterflies. And I would say the most brilliant transformation story. And the butterfly inside the chrysalis has to struggle to get out, right? I think we all are finding a way to struggle, to get ourselves out, to find our way, to do that thing that we want to do on this earth to make it a better place. And did you know that if you were to come across a chrysalis and the butterfly was attempting to get out, and you were to cut some of the fibers to make it easier for the butterfly, guess what you've just done? Well, you've grounded it. A couple of things about this thing is that the wings are attached but not alive. But as the butterfly struggles, the fluid from inside the butterfly transforms into the wing. And there's this surface underneath the chrysalis that's pressed into the wing that makes them capable of flying. It's in our struggle that we get our wings. And are we not in a time where we got knocked down and we got up again? Global pandemic, and then we got knocked down, and then we just got knocked down again. And what we need are people who will give each other lift. In the ways of flight, there's actually four forms of flight. I'm talking about all of them, but one of them is weight. But I want to lift and drag. But do you know that you can give people's you inspire them. You give their body more in the coat that was given, in the speaker too for me. I believe in the butterfly effect, which was originally discovered by Edward Laszlo. It's a mathematician. It's called the theory of chaos. And it says that the wisp of wind from the wing of a butterfly cell could transform the environment, the atmosphere. And if we create a shift in that atmosphere, then eventually there would be a tornado in Texas. And I believe today what I'm trying to do, y'all, is make shift happen. That is so funny if you can just know. I can celebrate our human beings. And it's hard when AI wants to come in and copy us. No. I want to celebrate our humanity. I work in multifamily housing. There's 144 million Americans and their communities. And I hope those communities celebrate and make connections and create community. And I believe that our humanity is our greatest amenity. Our greatest amenity. My funny I make people say, "Booyah!" And that is true. Yeah. And so I think right now there's a desperate need for the best of our community. And you take a call to you, and the best of you, to inspire you to take that mission you have in front of you for your life. And to let TALTalks ignite that in you. Let your time you spend with us and all these speakers be something that inspires you, relates you, and helps you move forward. But I want you to know, like, you don't want being a good human being is not one and done. You know, like I'm going to be a very good human, and you are no. You basically make that choice 1,000 times a day, don't you? And then I get to my brother said, I'm frustrated. He said to me, only if you choose to be, you can go. Go boy. He was like, he helped me make things for choice, but you know, in life of the high road and low road, you know, and I don't know if every single choice we make puts us on the high road. You've never been on the low road. You ever been there? There's actually a scripture that they talk about God who built the wall. God told him to build the wall. And people come up to him and ask him to come down to the valley of low road. If you ever been invited to the valley of low road, and you feel like, oh no! And you can almost, I feel the spirit like, oh no! I am not a bad person or be, you know, odd. And but if Ox was a country, my passport has been stamped. Because I have been there. Because we're kind of like this great human being, and every moment of our life, this great human being, we make the choice, all the to choose the right thing, choose the right path, to take what we've been given and do the right thing with it. I literally ran across this roadside and I was told my husband, I said, baby, back up the book. I have got to get this picture. Because I think one of the things in life is that people have trouble finding themselves. Like, who are you? And if you were in Michigan and it said, you is that way, and you is that way, and there was a stop sign, so you figure it out. But I believe that today we should affirm. We should speak out loud in an affirmation of who we are and what we have to give to the world to ignite their spirit, to spark joy in other people, to refuel their fire and make it happen. You can only pour what you're full of. So what are you full of? What are you doing to fill you up? Sitting here now, watching us on a video. I hope this is filling you up, baby. Once you give me a movie, I'm gonna do the video. Because here's the deal. We decide who we are and what we have to bring to the world. I say we fill ourselves up with kindness and goodness. I want to talk about the ice cream emoji. This guy. This is ice cream. This is ice cream. When you start out, it's ice cream. It doesn't look like that. And when it was smiling things, and it came out with an emoji, I was like, oh, it's an emoji. So I get it on my face and I get I look ice cream. It's like, oh, me. And people make me look. And so I asked my husband to go get an ice cream emoji. And put it in their world. And put some pancakes from his back into ice cream. What you have to know is that people took something good and they made it good. Ice cream is ice cream. There is neither good nor bad. It is thinking that makes us up. I like to find interesting people to quote. How about some Shakespeare, y'all? Shakespeare said it is neither good nor bad. It's ice cream. I want you to challenge yourself to go get one and figure it out and make it ice cream. So that's where I am the creator. And I have the yin and the yang in there. Now I was raised gluten-free, so we're breaking. I didn't learn about yin and yang until I started personally studying spiritual truth as I grew up. But I'm thinking of the term I am creator. You either create or you get what's new. What is it? Right? Ice cream. See, we are the creator. We create in our life. We decide what it is, and it is what I say it is. What is your perspective on the world right now? Because if you let the news take the wind out of your wings, you'll find yourself in what's called a downward spiral. We that help others to rise up against these negative things that are happening and provide them with positive thoughts. Ice cream. I'm easily amused. I appreciate that. I also have to do that. I am an original optimist. True. I want you to realize that if you've ever felt you're stupid, you're in good company. Because Thomas Edison's teacher sent him home a note that said to his mother, he's too stupid to be taught, and you need to find special teachers. But when she read the note to him, and he said, what does it say, Mom? She said, the note says you're a genius, and I've got to find special teachers. You know, it wasn't until he was 64 years old, the two things, did he found that out and realize what the teacher had said? What are you running for? If people think you're not smart, I want to know you're in good company. They don't know that all of these fired for lack of imagination. So you've got a good idea that people just embrace. You're in really good company. Oprah Winfrey, hashtag me too. Like, oh my gosh, with her story about what happened to her, about what she did to change other people's lives. These people are amazing examples, but did they face failure? Yes, they did. Pittsburgh, which is basically now an adjective for a good movie, he's rejected from the Southern California Cinematic Boulevard 3 times for the you let the man in. And so any of these labels put on you are labels that put you in really good company. And I want to share a couple of affirmations. And I want you to think about what are you going to affirm in yourself. I'm unique. My talents and skills are and gifts are amazing. I am complete whole. I am complete, whole, ready, and uniquely equipped. My quest is designed for me to fulfill whatever it is in this world that you are going to do. You have everything that you need. You are fully equipped and prepared. And TALTalks is here to ignite that in you and release you into the world. Years ago, I wrote a poem by somebody. If I try to be the best by being just like you, I found myself forever being number two. If I try to be the best me that's ever been, there's only one. The race is rigged, and I am bound to win. Can I have a fun? I love the I Am documentary from the guy who directed all the Jim Carrey movies. I want to encourage you to go watch that movie. It's absolutely amazing. And right there, I am. That's your phone. I am. Confess yourself. Speak those things over you. I saw this in a building in Colorado Springs. My daughter works for the Paralympic Committee. And it said, I am building a and it said, and every day I train, I add more fuel, and just at the right moment, I plan to light the match. It was my goal today to not just light a match, but to be a match for you, to give your heart lift, to be in this moment with you and all of us coming together to make positive change in the world. God bless you. And God bless you. This is my kindness QR, and if you scan it, you can go to my kindness challenge. It's 60 days of kindness, and every day the QR sends you and the people in your world to a new message of kindness. Thank you. I am. I've been working out, so you don't want my ice cream.
In my years in business, etc., he followed me. I will do it. Okay, next speaker, not for the Last Mile Foundation. Last Mile Foundation is a unique organization that doesn't just help students. It takes an abundance approach, investing in a broader group of students already committed to technology and engineering, providing support for challenges they face beyond their control, and nurturing them to be the next generation of innovators. Since 2020, Last Mile has worked 3,000 grants, $9 million to support degree completion for low-income, underrepresented students aimed at careers in tech. And Mr. Davey, and invite, like I said earlier, we had these events in rural India with very underprivileged and unassisted people. It's amazing.
మొన్న 2 minutes అమ్మా
Recognition for her outstanding contributions to technology inclusion, receiving the Champion of Change for Technology Inclusion accolade from the White House in 2013. In 2014, she was honored with the Anita Borg Institute Social Impact Olivier Award, and in 2015, she was recognized as one of the 40 over 40 women to watch in America. Notably, in 2020, amid the pandemic, she launched the Last Mile Education Fund, a remarkable initiative designed to address the specific needs of economically disadvantaged students pursuing degrees in technology and engineering fields. The Last Mile Foundation distinguishes itself by adopting a holistic approach. It doesn't solely assist students. Instead, it invests in a more extensive cohort of students who have already committed themselves to careers in technology and engineering. The organization provides crucial support to help these individuals overcome challenges that are often beyond their control, guiding and nurturing them for becoming the next generation of innovators. Join us at Tall Talks to hear more about Ruth Farmer and the incredible work of the Last Mile Foundation.
Greetings. Thank you so much. That was so inspiring to be talking and really speaks to our abundance approach to how we. So I've spent more than 3 years working on the town pipeline at STEM since we were calling it SMET in 2001. It's really confusing to a lot of people, but I've been brilliant on that. And over the course of this launch, dozens of initiatives to increase participation of young women and people of color with disabilities in high demand fields, the kinds of fields where you're going to contribute to the world, you're going to bring your perspectives, and frankly, I don't want to live in a world designed for all of us, but for me. And that's currently the field. We're trying to figure out the urgent, make sure that the full technology we are inhabiting more and more of our lives is inclusive. So in the course of these 30 years of building pipeline programs of what are called STEMspiration, pushing students into systems, I got to have a seat a lot of students in social media and watching them go through the process. So I found a gap, and I just have never started motivation to be started. This was a gap that moved me. Her professor found many of the people, school counselors and others, back in her make sure she has what she needs to keep going. And she had made her junior year with a great foundation. That's the first thing that we get thanks for her. And she is one of the examples and get there, see your first paycheck. You got up front 3 weeks of moving across the country. And as Ryan in her own words said, you shouldn't, I was lucky. I had these women help me. You should not have to be lucky to participate in something you have earned. Today, Ryan is a mother. She's a so one of the first things we invested in is, and I remember it said that she realized it was 3 minutes. So she started getting college. She said, I went to the management for decided to make them time. This is exactly who we want in the field. Here's a neat interest in technology. Earth solutions, effective and investing in states. Teamwork, 30,000 7 years of people talking. And she was pre-grad and graduation, basically homelessness, we could take care of it. And she came to us and she said, you know, we need $600 in 3 months. And we go, of course. Today, thanks to the young woman sitting next to her, that's still in the middle and he's now at an 8th grade, making probably by now, it's been clear over 6 years. He's like,
we have her voice and it's important. We have all of the background, and background, and all in one amazing package. What did it cost? So this is Estella after graduation and we funded her in which no, but I happened to be in New York, so I went to her graduation for my meeting. And she didn't discover science until late in life because her high school didn't teach it. She didn't have the opportunity to get to know it. So there's this thing, preparatory privilege. Students who come from affluent families, parents, and we really make her fair. They show up in high school ready to go and get encouraged in those fields. But students like her, they don't get encouraged. They often get discouraged. So she got into NYU, which is no small feat itself. Goes to NYU. And she kind of wandered around. She started psychology, then data science, and eventually found computer science. But there's no way she was going to finish her scholarship account if she didn't take extra classes. So she came to us and we funded those summer classes. I'm happy to say she has an offer $125,000 starting next month at a major financial corporation in Jersey. And moreover, she is out of poverty forever. She's going to lift up her entire first generation family because of that earning and that leaping into middle class. And so what did it take? In her case, $10,000. In my case, $2,000. By the time a student has gotten to their junior year in a STEM degree, society has invested $477,500 of some cost in terms of raising a child, K-12 schools, at a premium for STEM outreach and education. Why wouldn't we invest at this final stage, get them so that's what we set out to do. So many students are being caught up over something so silly, like a car repair or getting sick, something that derails them at a critical time. After the Michigan State shooting, 3 weeks later, I get a bunch of applications. Students were like, because of the shooting, the whole town shut down. I lost 3 weeks of work and I can't pay rent. That is how financially fragile these students are. And on average, invest $956 per student. It is so shockingly cheap at the last month to get some assistance. So you may or may not know this. The wealthiest students in the United States receive 34% more times labor. It is ridiculous. 3 in 5 college students in 2020 reported food insecurity. And I'm not talking about I had to eat ramen and choose college. I'm talking about I'm choosing between food and school or book or tuition. And so if a young person is reading that, I still share we should do everything we can to instead of asking them to do this really cognitively a very important thing. There's the environment so jump in that. Rich kids graduate, poor kids don't. Maybe the issue is money. Yes, it's social networks, yes, it's social capital, yes, it's mentor. But the bottom line is if you don't have your basic needs, you don't have food, housing security, you don't have to work 40 hours a week while you're in school, you're going to do better. You're going to graduate from your Midwest debt. So that's what we set out to do. We did it in critical and fast. We're agile, we're abundant. You cannot wait 3 months for a scholarship when you're facing a housing crisis. We also take an abundance approach. We don't even ask GPA. I can't say what your GPA is. You can get degrees. If you made it to your third year in engineering, we graduate, period. The worst outcome for society is someone with 2 years of college debt and no degree. The potential to be an engineer, why do you invest in that? In fact, once they graduate, they're going to come back to so they have to make changes
is lifelong. And then second, we leverage the entire ecosystem. There's a whole ecosystem of organizations working with diversity and inclusion. I don't need to be everything to everybody, so I can't solve their finance. What we do is kind of wild. We work with businesses work is we satisfy their needs, take them out of the insecurity experience, and then once they're settled, then we're like, okay, what do you need to make sure the next level? And that's where our ecosystem comes in. You need mentors, you need training on interviewing, you need a better resume, and we support them into the career they. And finally, this is a feedback loop. Ultimately, we don't want to be their top parent for all. We want to fix the system. And so we're getting all this data, telling them what is happening to students. And the third thing that we are looking at their institutions and saying, 80% of students that come to us from your school, housing insecure. What can you do about it? Look, your students are facing food insecurity. Maybe you need to expand your food offerings, leverage the snack room. And ultimately, long term, national federal policy change. I was in the Obama White House. I passed the legislation for free healthcare again. So we're working on taking this data, doing the research, building research foundation to be able to change the system. Because the bottom line is higher ed system is the sum of white stakeholders in the here. And we've been iterating on that for well over 100 years and thinking somehow pushing other students into that system that they're going to somehow be equal. It's a same experience, but in fact, the system is designed for the affluent. This is what we've done now before. Now, before, actually, it was, I don't know, it was and now this is where we are. 5,132 students, that was as of June 30th. We're now advocating over 5,000 investing in community college students studying cybersecurity, we're investing in four-year students, we're investing in graduate students, and as I said, 956 dollars. 62% of the students who group us to help say that they've facing food insecurity sometime for all of them. And our numbers are amazing. Guess what? Socioeconomic status is associated with underrepresented status. 42% of the students class B. So we are reaching populations that every company says that they students themselves, they tell us about their experience. One, they say, your money solve my financial crisis. Maybe weekly, because this population of students constantly being told, you're not good enough, you're not fast enough, you're not going to get teaching, your GPA is not good. And we come in and say, no, absolutely. You're trying, you're striving, you are a great investment. We are here to invest in you. Uncontented, we just did a survey of all 5,000. Uncontented, they say, I can't wait to do this decision, pay it forward for you completely. We give back. In fact, the first thing that I love that after people leave out saying your child to I know this, and we have something. Get there. I'm going to about being a sponsor. So this sustainability engine comes from today, over 1,600 graduates out of the basic in December of this year, and we follow up with them. And in fact, just yesterday, I got an outreach from a graduate who graduated May 8th. She's kind of struggling because she hadn't found a job yet. Why? She hadn't done an internship in college. Why didn't she do an internship? She didn't know she was supposed to. Didn't know how to do it. Because even though she was at a prestigious California college, mother got divorced. So her and her brother both had to move out of the order so she could afford her apartment. It shows them off the campus. They're not hearing about the opportunity. They're not connecting with the career centers. They're not going to the clubs and the organization. And so guess what? She missed that window of internship. So yesterday, connected her to Stella, who's just together and start building a peer network. So my call to action for you is one thing is really think about how you use driving now. I think there's tremendous value in someone who has struggled and persisted, and someone who has failed and kept moving. But our system for recruiting and hiring is actually optimizing for people who have good things. We want perfect GPAs. We want prestigious internships. We want prestigious institutions. The institution that you attended for college is much more indicator of the zip code that your parents lived in than anything else. If you look at the top institutions, Stanford University has 10% of the students are eligible for Pell Grant. Over half of students in the entire United States are on free lunch right now in K-12. So you cannot tell me that somehow that shrinks to 10% to make it to applying to college. So we as a system, speaking about the technology industry, we are conflating privilege with potential. We're going, oh, they went to Harvard, Stanford, they must be amazing. We're like, oh, they won, they passed. Their ability to win is more correlated to their ability to not work. And to take off 4 days, fly to the institution at your own expense, wait to get reimbursed 8 weeks from the college and sponsoring it. So being able to participate in that is a much more function of your excellence. And then we look at things like working in time at Target for yourself at college, maybe that's students then will take that as your resume because now that why are you managing the entire business? So as a sector, we need to rethink and rethink the way we describe the town. My final call to action is think about investing in students development. We think of ourselves as VCs for low income. We would invest in as many ones as we with every single one of those every single one. Finding out in 40,000 students, there's 40 kids that don't graduate. One graduates who's far away here. So thank you for listening and thank you. Please, people from financially writing.
Thank you very much. It really resonated with me personally. And I don't think they did it with five. So I got my engineering degrees at State University. You know, family didn't have a lot of money. I worked from the whole time through my undergraduate and graduate engineering, etc. And when I hired people, to your point, I worked for IBM for a long time and run big businesses ultimately, but businesses. I found that the kids that worked the entire time, struggled like crazy, got through it, were often much better employees than those that came from great diversity and very well. But it was grit, they had staying power. So I certainly can identify with your comments.
Rescue